old, you said? Alright. No, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Last time it was.
Well, I sent him at my house with the jacket and sweats right now.
Yeah.
situation has arisen. After I finish the summary, I don't want any, at least now, I don't want any comments from anybody. I just want to summarize this. After I summarize the situation, then I want the witness to come back in and Mr. Lewin can resume his cross-examination. All right, I received a copy of an email sent by Mr. Siegel. It was last night at 8:32 p.m. and it was addressed to Paul Prislomic and John Lewin and the other participants in the trial legal counsel. And the email states, during the preparation of our summary relating to Louis Levin, who is the next witness, yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
We inadvertently omitted certain information he conveyed to us in August of 2024. An omission we only realized after Mr. Phillips was asked questions about the prop gun's whereabouts on Friday. Accordingly, we met with Mr. Levin today, who reiterated the following information that he conveyed previously. Mr. Levin was involved in the decision-making with Rocky not to carry the prop gun after November 6th of 2021 because it did not serve its intended purpose of acting as a deterrent. Consequently, Mr. Levin took possession of the prop gun after November 6th of 2021 and subsequently contacted a co-writer/co-director on the DMB music video from which it was obtained in order to make arrangements to return it while in New York. In that regard, Mr. Levin met at the Roxy Hotel in New York with the co-writer/co-director and gave him the prop gun and accompanying accessories. Mr. Levin is prepared to provide you, the prosecutors, with the name and contact information for the co-writer/co-director and also to meet with you tomorrow at 9:30. This is late discovery. Without casting any aspersions, I am not accepting the
Prosecution.
Sorry.
Who is that? What was that noise?
I opened my laptop and the sound came out. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm not accepting that it was inadvertent. There is a summary that was provided by the defense to the prosecution as required by Penal Code Section 1054, and it lists a number of areas that Mr. Levin is going to be testifying about. There is no mention in the summary about him taking possession of the prop gun and what he did with it after. Now, there's a case called People versus Jackson. That site is 15 Calat Court, 1197. In this case, the court completely precluded defense witnesses, a defense witness, because here, I'm going to quote from the case. Here, because the testimony was allegedly exculpatory, the trial court refused to believe defense counsel did not seriously consider calling the witness until moments before he did. Even if withholding the identity of the witness was not willful, lesser sanctions would not have been adequate. Immediate disclosure or contempt of counsel would have been insufficient because the people would not have had a meaningful opportunity to rebut or impeach the statement. Similarly, a continuance would have been inadequate because the declarant's whereabouts were unknown, and thus her unavailability precluded the people from cross-examining her. The people would have been unduly prejudiced by admitting the testimony without an opportunity for cross-examination, and the integrity of the adversary process would have been compromised, as parties with little to lose would be encouraged to not comply with pre-trial discovery rules. The court did not abuse its discretion in precluding the testimony. And this is what the the court in Jackson also ruled, rather than comply with reciprocal discovery rules by giving the people the name of the witness and the proposed testimony, he chose to surprise the people with the statement at trial, admitting such potentially unreliable evidence, untested by cross-examination, would not only have prejudiced the people's case, but would have undermined the discovery process. So the situation we have is not quite like Jackson, but it approaches Jackson. I believe that under Jackson, I would have had the authority to preclude Mr. Levin from giving any testimony about this recently discovered evidence, or this information that was recently turned over to the police about him taking possession of the prop gun and what he did with it. If I did that, however, the defense case would be prejudiced. But then I'm also concerned about prejudice to the people, because this came late in the game. So this is the way I thought it could be remedied, so that neither side is prejudiced and both sides can fully present their case. Before Mr. Levin takes the stand, I required that he agree to a complete interview by the prosecution, and I understand that happened.
Yes, after initially refusing to speak with us, he
All right,
spoke
so-
to us a few moments ago.
I also required that the person who took possession of the gun, the director in New York, that he be interviewed on tape by the people, and if Mr. Levin testifies to anything that is inconsistent with any prior statements he made to this person in New York, that the tape can be played to impeach Mr. Levin's testimony, if there is any. So that's the way we're going to remedy to ensure both sides are treated fairly, neither side is prejudiced, both sides get to fully present their case. Now, I understand, Mr. Lewin, you interviewed Mr. Levin for a period of time, and you said some additional information has come forward that you did not have on Friday, which relates to the witness on the stand now?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, both from, it's going to be important, I don't want to disclose it, but I can tell you that based on what we're being told now, there are going to be questions I'm going to have to ask of the current witness on the stand. With that in mind, I'm asking the court for an additional 30 minutes, and I understand the court is given 90. I'm going to ask for an additional 30 minutes, and I can promise the court I will finish during that time.
All right, is this information that you did not have on Friday while you were cross-examining the witness?
Yes, that is correct.
So when did you discover this additional information?
Well, I discovered it in speaking to the individual, and just so it's clear, when they turned over the information last night, they still did not identify who the person was. When the court ordered that it be turned over this morning, they didn't immediately turn it over. I found out who the person was sometime around 8:30 this morning, and we were able to call him, and we interviewed that individual.
Did his identity and contact information come from someone on the defense?
Yes, so eventually they supplied it. I sent a very nasty email explaining to them that I wasn't asking for it, the judge ordered it, and they better turn it over. And they finally turned it over.
All right,
We interviewed him this morning. We then interviewed Mr. Levin, and there are, as a result of those two interviews, there are some issues that I now need
all right,
to inquire.
okay. All right, I had said Friday, 90 minutes, and that was in stone, 90 minutes. However, because of the new information, you'll get the additional 30 minutes.
We appreciate it.
So it's a total of 2 hours and not 121 minutes, 120 minutes.
Right, although you did say, Ron, you would let my co-counsel have the clock.
Yeah, I don't care who times it, but
You were a little quick on blood here, Your Honor.
so it's going to be 2 hours from the time he takes the stand.
Yes.
I just want to remind everybody at council table CCP 177 still applies. I'm not going to tolerate any speaking objections, arguing with a witness, arguing with each other, snide comments made to each other, and arguing with a decision of mine. That still remains in full force and effect. All right, let's bring in the jury.
Your Honor, there's one last thing that we need to put on the record. One, regarding the court's last comment, we just want to make sure we have to get into grounds because we cannot respond if we don't get grounds. The court's ordered it, so I would assume
The defense is well aware.
Okay.
If there's an objection, the legal basis has to be, stated.
The second issue, Your Honor, is the court said the court did not want to, quote, cast aspersions on either side. The court has found that this was not inadvertent.
That's right, and nothing more need be said about it. I did not find it was inadvertent. That's why I came up with the remedy I did. I don't want to talk any more about it than I already have. Let's bring in the jury. Oh, and 12. Parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Phillips is on the stand. And Mr. Lewin, you may resume.
I want to first ask you, Mr. Phillips, have you had any contact, that means by text, in smoke signals, whatever it might be, any contact with the defendant or his attorneys since you were sitting in court on Friday?
No, sir.
So I want to go back to the end of the first incident. And you understand when I say first incident and second incident, you understand what I mean, right?
If you could be more detailed, just so we can be on the same page.
Sure. So the first incident is going to be the incident by the parking garage by the W. The second incident is going to be where the shooting happened in the parking lot. So when I say first incident, I mean the first incident. Second incident is the one in the parking lot. You understand that now?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you, how did the first incident by the parking garage entrance, how did that end? What caused that to end?
By me telling Rocky to go around the corner, and also by Ills, I guess, trying to calm down Rep.
You would agree that that first incident ended only because there were literally people walking by the defendant as he took out that gun, correct?
No.
Do you remember people walking by the defendant as he had the gun out?
I remember seeing people walk up the hill, yes.
Listen to my question. Do you remember seeing individuals walking directly by the defendant after he removed the gun and had the gun in his hand?
I did not see individuals walking directly next to him.
Okay, let me show you. We're going to put up again People's 15. So I want you to watch. You're going to see steps. There's the gun out. Now they're off camera, and you see, stop it. Did you see two sets of footsteps that were walking from the direction to the left of the screen, past where you guys were all standing, toward the right of the screen.
Yes.
And would you agree that if we rewind that, they are literally walking by? You can't see where they are, but you can see their feet. They are walking by literally the spot where the defendant has the gun at the time he has the gun out, correct?
Can I see it again?
Sure. So they're off screen now. There's the gun is put back, and there are those individuals. You would agree they've walked extremely close, if not directly by where the incident was occurring, correct?
They walk by us, yes.
So you would agree that if Mr. Mayers had decided to use that gun right at that point, that would have been directly in front of those individuals.
Can you rephrase it?
So if he had decided, I want to take that gun out, and I want to use it, I want to shoot it at Relly, that would have been done directly in front of those two people.
I can't answer a hypothetical question, but he did not do it on the screen.
Listen to my question. You just agreed that they were literally walking by the exact spot where this incident was going on, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm telling you, asking you, would you agree, sir, that if Rocky at that point, Mr. Mayers, had actually used the gun that we saw him remove, it would have been done directly in front of those people?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I can't agree because you see him going in the opposite direction, and you can see the people walking in another direction from him. You don't see them running. You don't see them trying to like evade anything. You just see them walking.
So I didn't ask you, sir, if in fact those individuals ever saw the gun. I asked you, would you agree that if he had decided to use the gun at that point, it would have been right where those people were, correct?
I can't agree.
All right. What, after the first incident ended, would you agree that although Relly was angry, he did not ever respond by pulling any weapon himself, correct?
Correct.
And would you also agree that, as you're personally aware, Relly never had any weapon with him that you ever saw during either of these two incidents, correct?
Aside from using his hands, I didn't see anything else.
So I just asked you about a weapon. Did you consider Relly's hands to be a weapon?
Honestly, yes.
Okay, so other than his hands, did he have a weapon? Gun, knife, club, any weapon that you saw?
To be honest, I only seen his hands, and his hands could be considered a weapon.
If you can answer the question I'm asking, it would be helpful. Listen to my question, sir. Did you ever see any weapon other than his hands in Relly's possession at any point during either of the two incidents?
I seen his hands, yes.
All right.
Your Honor, the board is
Mr. Phillips, this is what he's asking. We understand that you believe that Relly's hands were weapons.
Yes.
What he's asking you, though, is did you see him with a gun at all, any time that night?
I said no. I said
All right.
no weapons.
Did you see him with a knife?
No,
Did you see him with a club?
no.
Did you see him with any kind of weapon that could be, offensive weapon that could be used against someone else?
Thank you, Your Honor. What is the first thing that you remember happening after the first incident ended? So what happened?
After the first incident happened, sorry, after the first incident happened, I just recall Rocky being around the corner first, because I told him to go. Also, Ills trying to calm Rel down. Rel in the back, kind of angry and like volatile, getting ready to make a move, but I'm telling Rocky, yo, leave. You know, so that's the first thing I seen. First thing I seen was Rocky leave,
Okay.
then Ills speak to Relly, and then really start picking up more energy to like get closer to Rocky.
And it's your testimony at this point in time, you have not seen Relly hit anybody, correct?
Not yet.
Okay. And you've also talked about how large and muscular Relly is, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned that Relly is much stronger than you. He's much stronger than Ills. He's much stronger than Mr. Mayers, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree, sir, that the reason that Relly hasn't hit anybody at this point in time is because Relly didn't want to hit anybody at this point in time?
Objection, Your Honor. Both state of mind, speculation,
Read the question back, please, guys.
Would you agree, sir, that the reason that Relly hasn't hit anybody at this point in time is because Relly didn't want to hit anybody at this time?
Sustain.
Was there anything preventing Relly from punching Ills?
At that moment, I feel like his eyes was on Rocky. So I'm not too sure what was his state of mind. I'm not too sure.
I didn't ask you state of mind. I'm going to ask you again. He's right next to Ills, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything that would have stopped him from physically being able to punch Ills?
He did end up punching Ills.
You just testified that he did not punch Ills.
No, I'm saying he did end up punching Ills. So can you explain it to me so I can understand?
Sure. I'm only talking about this first incident, all right? You're saying, you talked about how Relly is angry.
Yes.
And even though I didn't ask you, you interjected during the last question how Relly was, quote, planning his next move or about to make a move.
Objection, argument.
Overruled.
So my question is, since you said Relly was, quote, about to make a move, you would agree that at that point in time, we're still at the first scene, at the parking structure, there was nothing to stop Relly from punching Ills right at that time, correct?
Correct.
There was nothing to stop Relly from punching you at that time, correct?
I wasn't that close. It was space between us.
Well, did you ever see Relly charge you and try to punch you?
Yes, I did.
So you're telling me that at that first incident, you're now testifying that Relly tried to punch you?
I'm saying when we turned the corner, this is still a part of the same incident. I understand you trying to separate it, but it's still the same incident when he's coming around the corner.
And you're telling me Relly tried to punch you when he went around the corner?
Yes.
And can you tell us where in your statement you ever mentioned this fact that you're now testifying today?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not his statement. Into this.
It's a statement that they provided.
The objection's overruled.
You want me to show you the statement?
I don't need to see the statement.
Have you ever told the defense that the defendant, that Relly tried to punch you in this case?
I had to tell them that because you can see it clear on the video. He's coming towards me.
So you're saying he's coming towards you and you're saying he tried to punch you. Which is it? Did you physically see him with his fist try to punch you?
So, would you like me to explain? I can explain.
No, I
what
want
the
you to
incident-
answer the question I've asked you.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
So-
For one, after he hit Ills, I heard him running towards me, and then that's when I juke and I run to the side.
Wait a minute, you just testified, sir, that Relly never tried to hit Ills at the first scene. That didn't happen until the second scene.
Okay, I'm explaining the whole situation. So to you, it might be one incident, two incidents. To everybody, it's just one incident.
No, sir, I clarified with you and you told me you understood. We were talking about two separate incidents. I asked you specifically what happened during the first
So
incident.
the first
I'm
incident.
not done with my question. When I'm done, you'll know.
Judge, objection. When I'm done, we'll know. Argumentative bad room.
Argument, sustain, sustain.
Sir, please listen to my question. I'll let you know when the question is over. You were previously asked whether or not Relly hit Ills during the first incident. You said no. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
you are now saying that, in fact, Relly did hit Ills during the first incident, correct?
I'm not saying Relly hit Ills during the first incident. No, he did not hit Ills during the first incident.
So I want to be clear. I'll let you know when I'm talking about the second incident.
No problem.
So what I asked you was, is you would agree that had Relly wanted to hit either of the three of you, Ills, yourself, or the defendant, during the first incident, and between the first and the second incident,
Yes.
there was nothing physically from stopping him from doing that?
If we talk about the first incident, right?
Yes.
The first incident where he put his hands on Rocky.
Yes.
Okay, so the first incident, he did put his hands on somebody.
Your Honor, can the court, I have a limited time. The witness is repeatedly, intentionally not answering my
Yeah.
questions.
All right, listen very carefully to the question and just answer the question. Okay, ask the question again.
Isn't it true that during the first incident and between the first and second incident, that there was nothing physically preventing Relly from punching or hitting you or Ills or the defendant? That's a yes or a no question. Do you agree that that is correct?
I don't agree.
So my question is, can you tell me, you've explained how strong Relly is. You explained that he's stronger than you, he's stronger than the defendant, he's stronger than Ills. So my question is, what exactly was preventing him from punching any of the three of you during the first incident or between the first and the second incident?
I don't know what exactly was stopping him, aside from Ills saying, trying to calm him down. Ills was trying to calm him down. And also, we were trying to get from where we were. So maybe because we were moving, that's the only thing that could have stopped him from hitting us, because we were moving away from him.
Well, Relly did not chase after the three of you running and trying to assault any of you, correct?
He followed us.
Do you know the difference between following and chasing somebody?
Well, I feel like there's different ways to follow. You can follow by walking, or you can follow by running.
Was he running after you guys, chasing you at any point in time?
We didn't run, we walked around the corner.
So if you walked around the corner and Relly did not catch up to you, then you agree he was not running after you, trying to catch you, correct?
That's not true, because when we turned the corner, Relly was right next to Ills.
So now your testimony is that in fact Relly was chasing you down, is that correct?
I said Rel was following Ills. He was following Ills.
So when you get to the area where the second incident occurred, I want you to describe exactly what happened when the second incident began. So I want you to actually explain to us, you're walking between the first incident and the second incident, and I want you to now describe how does the second incident start?
And so we're on the same page. Can you explain to me, to yourself, where do you feel as though the second incident started?
Well, the second incident, you testified on direct, started when you get to the parking lot.
No, I know what I said, but you asked me a question. I just want to be able to answer the question efficiently.
When you get to the parking lot, that is when, in your mind, the second incident started, correct?
To me, as soon as we turn the corner.
Okay, so which corner are you describing when you turn? And I'm not going to make you do streets because I know it's complicated. My question is, are you talking about when you turn the corner right where the parking lot is, where the second incident starts? Or are you talking about when you turn the corner leading the first incident?
So basically, from my recollection, because I can't see the video right now, the second incident starts as we turn the corner.
Turn the corner.
As we make the left. I believe we made the left.
Into the parking lot where the second incident, where the shots were fired, or are you talking about when you first leave a block and a half away?
So notice if we left a whole block away, we started walking. We didn't run, because this is still a front. and there was no plans or anything to do to him. So why would we run from a friend? We just walking down the block. So also giving him time to just, I guess calm down. So we just walked down the block.
So you're talking about when you turn left, you mean after you've been walking and you get to where the parking lot is, where the shooting happened, correct?
So as soon as we got down the block and go to turn to the corner, we come around the corner a little bit, Rail attacks the Hills.
Okay. And can you describe how he attacked Hills?
From my recollection, he started swinging. He started just, throwing punches.
And those punches were landing on Hills, correct?
Yes,
And you ended up seeing an injury to Hills' upper knuckles, correct? You've seen the injury, is that right?
excuse me?
Judge Jackson.
Hills or? Not Hills, I'm sorry. My fault. You've seen the injury to Relly's upper knuckles, correct?
I never seen him in person, so can you show me?
So let me ask something. Were you aware that Relly suffered an injury the night of November 6th to his upper knuckles? Upper finger, excuse me.
From what I heard, but I never seen the injury.
Okay, I'm going to show it to you now.
You're not gonna keep going something up there.
See?
This is people 17.
Do you see the injuries to his knuckles? Actually, the top of the fingers. Do you see those injuries to the first three?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
I've probably seen it like on the internet, but I never seen it up close. I never seen it.
And did you see it that night?
No.
Your position is you said Ills was getting punched by Relly, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want to get myself in trouble. Was that with a fist or an open hand?
I know it was his hand. I'm not too sure of the positioning of his hand.
You would agree, and you said before in your direct evidence, your direct testimony and cross-examination, on Friday you said that Relly punched Ills repeatedly with a fist. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you're now talking about that's the incident you're referring to where Ills was punched by Relly, correct?
Yes.
And that was with a fist, correct?
Yeah, fist is on your hand, so I believe so.
And that was multiple times, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you've explained that Relly is extremely strong, correct?
Yes.
And we showed you the pictures of Ills from the next night, and you agreed you couldn't see any visible injuries, correct?
I never said that Ill's face was broken. I never said he had a black and blue on his eyes. I
Motion
said,
to
yeah.
strike is non-responsive. Sustained. Listen to my question. Strict. You testified on Friday that you agreed that Ills did not have any visible injuries, correct?
Oh, can you rephrase that? Do you mean by in the video that you showed the next day? You didn't say the video of the event because we can't.
Well, Harmon, are you saying you remember him having visible injuries?
I'm asking you, can you rephrase it because you're just saying you're saying from the video or what event?
Well, let's take it one at a time. You testified on Friday that the visible injury, you said that his lip was bleeding.
His lip was bleeding, yes.
And you agreed that in the video that you saw, you couldn't see his lip bleeding.
Judge Jackson, which video? That's what he's asking.
Well,
Which video?
I showed you a video
Would you like to show me again?
on Friday.
You talking about the video that was taken the following day?
Yes, the video
That's
taken
the
the
video he's
following
talking
day
about.
Okay.
where he has the flag on. You said, we had it up there.
Yes.
You could not see any visible injury to his face, correct?
Also,
Is that correct?
Yes or no?
yes.
So My question to you is, if Relly is punching him multiple times with his fist, do you know why there was no visible injury?
I have no idea.
Okay. I want to now show you, you've said that, let me ask it this way. So it's your position that the second incident started because Relly attacked Ills, is that correct?
Yes,
And it's your position that that incident started and that it was the defendant pulling out what you said is a prop gun in response to that, is that correct?
can you rephrase that?
You're saying that the defendant pulled the prop gun out, what you said is a prop gun, in response to Relly punching Ills.
From the first situation or the second video? Because I'm trying to
Okay.
be sure.
In the second incident,
Yes,
you said the second incident started when all of a sudden Relly starts attacking Ills, punching him.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes,
And you've also, I want to be clear, you've said that on direct examination, that that is the reason that you saw that the defendant pulled out the gun, because he was trying to protect Ills who was under attack. Is that correct?
in the second situation.
Yes.
Can you show me the video so we could all see it together and I can explain to you?
Oh, we're going to watch the video,
Yes.
but before that, I'm asking you, that is what you have said, correct?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to watch the video. I want you to pay close attention as we watch this video. This is people 17. I want you to pay close attention as to whether or not there is contact between Relly and Ills before the defendant pulls out his gun.
This is people 15.
You're watching on the top left. Stop. You would agree that at this moment right here, that the defendant has removed the gun and is walking towards where Relly and Ills are, correct?
No.
I want you to tell me, use the pointer. I want you to tell me, identify each person on the screen, please.
Okay, can you rewind it?
Sure.
Right here.
Yeah, we'll rewind it. Who's in the red?
I'm in the red.
You're the easiest one to identify because the red, right? Okay.
So
Stop it.
stop it.
Okay.
That's Rocky.
Okay.
That's myself. I believe over here is Ills. I can't tell you.
Okay. Do you agree that at this point in time, there is no contact, and there has not been any contact at this second incident between Relly and Ills?
Well, yes.
Okay? We're going to keep playing it. Stop. Okay. Watch it again. And I'm going to ask you, when we get there, would you agree that the defendant turns around and pulls out his gun? Stop. Gun is coming out now, and I want you to point to where the defendant is and where Ills is.
Well, I see the defendant, but I don't see him pulling out no gun. I don't see him.
You go and you point to where the defendant is, I'm sorry, where Ills is and where Relly is.
So this would be the defendant.
Yep.
This would be myself.
Yeah.
Over here would be Ills.
Yep.
And I believe this would be Red.
Would you agree that up to this point, Relly, at this second incident, has not made any physical contact with Ills?
Can you play the video?
Listen to my question. Up until this point, and I'll keep playing it, do you agree that there has been no physical contact that Relly has made with Ills?
Right here, there's
Yeah.
no physical contact.
And no physical contact right before, correct?
Right before we turned on. Right before here, no contact. Right
Okay,
here.
that's at 56 seconds.
This is on the file labeled combines or ends video, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
No, we're just clarifying for the record, sir. So you would agree, this is the beginning of the second incident, correct?
I would say this is the second incident, yes.
Is it the beginning of the second incident?
No, because I would say the beginning of the second incident is when Relly puts his hands on Ills. So that's when it becomes an incident. Because before there, we were leaving.
So the second incident hasn't started yet, according to you, correct? Because there's been no hands,
There's
is that right?
no hands from it. There's nothing going on from anybody right
Okay,
now.
so I just want to be clear. So in your position, where we are right now, at 56 seconds, the incident has not started yet, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Watch. Stop. You would agree that the defendant advances towards where Relly and Ills are before Relly makes any attempt to make contact with Ills, is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Would you agree that before there's any contact between Relly and Ills, the defendant has already taken out his gun?
That's not correct.
Okay? Please play it, rewind it, and we'll play it going forward. Okay? Keep watching, sir. Want to stop? Where were you when this second incident started?
Well, referring to when I said it began,
Yeah.
when Relly attacked Ills, I was right there. I was right next to him.
What did you do as soon as the defendant, you saw him take out his gun? What did you do?
Can you rephrase that?
When the defendant took out his gun, he ran towards that wall for safety, correct?
No, I ran towards the wall. When, if you could play it, you could see Rel coming towards me. That's when I moved.
Play it again. So your position is you were going, I thought Relly is attacking Ills. Is Relly attacking Ills or is he going after you? Which is?
So Relly hit Ills, he got Ills out the way, and then he tried to hit me. And I stated before, I'm not fighting Rel because my inguinal hernia.
We're going to
So
play.
I juked and moved.
We're going to play, and I want you to tell me, I want you to yell stop when you see the point where Relly is trying to hit you.
Stop.
This is where you're saying Relly's trying to hit you.
Yep, and then you see me moving.
Let me ask him, you would agree that by this time, the defendant has the gun out, correct?
The warning shot came.
Listen to my question. By this point in time, the defendant has the gun out already.
The
correct?
prop is out after Ills is attacked. Not before, after.
Listen to my question. It's pretty simple. I'm not asking you about when Ills was attacked. I'm saying at this point in the video, before you start running towards the wall, he has the gun out, correct? That's a yes or a no.
I don't recall. I recall the prop being out after Relly attacked, after Relly moved, never before.
Let's watch
Not
it
before
again.
I ran.
Watch it again, please. You said you don't recall, and then you all of a sudden recall. So
No, I'm just recalling about it.
Watch it again.
Yeah, that's the statement by Mr. Lewis here.
Stop. In fact, sir, you don't run until the defendant fires the first shot, correct?
I don't run until after Relly tries to hit me.
Listen to my question. Did you just see, sir, listen, do you see the defendant firing a shot in what we just saw? We'll play it again for you.
Can't play it again.
Sure. Stop.
That's the first shot.
And you start running right after that shot, correct?
Relly is already running towards me, so
Listen, most of the strikes non-responsive. I'm not asking what Relly did. I'm asking you, this is a yes or no question.
I did not run
Sir,
from the shots.
listen to my question. I'm not asking you what you ran from. Listen. Isn't it true that the timing, you do not run until after that first shot is fired? Yes or no?
Well, yes,
Okay. And it's your position, sir, that you knew it was a prop gun when it came out, correct?
yes,
And it's your position that Relly knew it was a prop gun when it came out, correct?
yes.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Phillips, that what's happening in that video is not Relly attacking Ills, it's him trying to use Ills as a shield so he doesn't get shot?
No.
Let's run it, please. Stop. You agree at this point in time at, I can't see, at 55 seconds, Relly still has not hit Ills yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that right at this point in time, this is when the gun is going to come out, and that the defendant is going to advance towards where Relly and Ills are. Is
I
that
don't
correct?
agree.
You don't agree with that?
I don't agree.
Watch the video, please. Stop. He is about to fire the shot. Do you agree?
You said he's about to?
Yes, right now.
Oh, okay, so can you play it one more time?
I'm going to play through, but do you agree he's about to fire the shot?
No, can I see it?
Yeah,
so I
okay.
can explain it to you?
Do you agree that you have not started moving yet at that point in time, correct? You're not running yet, right? We'll play it again. Go ahead. That's okay. Gun is out, and now he's about to fire. Boom! Shot happens, and you run after, correct?
I run because if you
That is not what I asked you. Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Objection.
Stop. The answer is non-responsive.
Sir, listen.
He's asking you a question.
Okay,
Wait, hold on. He's asking you a question which calls for a yes or a no.
I'm not asking you why you ran. I'm asking you, isn't it true that you do not run until after the defendant fired the shot?
that's not true.
That is not true. So, play it one more time, and I want you to tell me when the shot is fired. You tell me when you see that first shot fired, please.
Yes.
Okay, you tell me, you say stop when the first shot is fired.
Stop.
Okay. Do you agree, sir, you are just about to start running, but you have not started running yet? Agreed?
After the first shot? After the first shot?
Yes.
I'm not running. You see me still right there.
Okay, the first shot's fired. Keep playing.
Then you see me run. That's not a shot.
So what I asked you before was, isn't it true that the first shot was fired before there was ever any contact between Relly and Hills? You said no, but you would agree when you watch this, the first shot is fired before your allegation that Relly was attacking Hills, correct?
That is not true. On the
Okay.
video, you can see.
Motion strike, everything after that is not true. Isn't it true, sir, that the reason that you ran after the first shot was because you knew it was not a prop gun and you were worried that you might get shot in the crossfire?
No.
How many shots did you hear getting fired?
I want to say just two. But after the first,
No, that's enough. I want you to keep watching the video. And I want you to tell me when you see the second shot being fired. Okay. let me just stop for a second. Would you agree that between shots, that Relly is grabbing Ills and trying to use him as a shield?
No, really, the whole time?
Motion strike,
Is the answer
everything
no?
after was not
No.
responsive.
All right, the answer's no.
Would you agree that after the first shot was fired, that the defendant is maneuvering his gun in what appears to be an attempt to find a line of fire toward Relly?
No.
All right, let's play it, please. Stop. Is this what we've just seen? Is this where you are saying that Relly was punching Ills?
Yes.
And is this also where you are saying that having watching this, you do not believe that Relly was attempting to use Ills as a shield?
I do not believe that.
And let me ask something, did you see during the second shot, did you see between the first and second shot, the defendant repositioning himself and running around himself?
Can you rephrase that?
Between the first and second shots, did you see the defendant repositioning himself and the gun?
From my recollection, I never seen him reposition the gun. I seen him have his hand, I believe. up
Motion
in the
strike,
air.
everything else is not responsive. Let's play that again, please. I want you to watch. Sir, isn't it true that what you just saw, is you saw between the first and second shots, Relly holding Ills, trying to keep Ills between he and the defendant literally running around with his gun, attempting to get a line of sight on Relly?
No.
Let me ask you something. You've testified that everybody, including Relly, knew it was a prop gun, right?
Yes.
If it's a prop gun, and Rocky knows that everyone knows it's a prop gun, can you tell me, are you aware of why he would have a need to be repositioning himself between shots? Do you know?
No.
Would you agree that if it's a prop gun, and that Relly knows it's a prop gun, that it's going to have no effect on stopping Relly from doing anything because he already knows it's prop gun?
Correct, because it didn't stop him.
So we know, you're saying it didn't stop him, but this is my question. Your testimony is that the entire time, Relly knows this is a prop gun.
Yes.
You're telling me that when it's pulled on him at the first scene, he basically says, put that fake gun away, correct?
Yes.
You're telling me that the second scene, when the gun is taken out and fired, Relly knows it is a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
You're telling me that when Relly is running around, that he still knows it's a prop gun, correct?
He wasn't running around. He's hitting Ills. So he's not running nowhere.
Okay. But that entire time, you're saying Relly knows it's prop gun.
Yes.
Can you tell me, are you aware, sir, of how that prop gun, if Relly knows it's a prop gun, how that in any way is going to stop him from allegedly attacking Ills? Do you know?
Well, just the sound. That's all I can say is the sound.
So you're telling me that even though Relly knows it's not real, that he's going to stop attacking Ills because of the sound from a fake gun that he knows is fake. Is that your testimony?
It was the sound from the prop, also the sound from the car alarms. It was drawing a lot of attention to the situation. So, as you can see, Relly didn't run. He got a couple more hits on Ills.
Motions, okay, that's fine. Can you tell me, how does this incident end?
How does this incident end?
How does it end?
Okay. Well, after the incident, as you can see, There's a lot of attention being drawn to us. The call alarms are going off.
Okay.
I push Rocky, yo, bro, let's go. We out. Because our voice before, yo, we should have been left, you know? So now we're leaving. We're going in the opposite direction.
Let me stop you. You would agree, Mr. Phillips, that this incident ended because you literally pushed Rocky away, and that his initial response was to push back at you as if he wanted to go back and do some more. Would you agree?
No.
Let's watch the video, please. Stop. Would you agree, sir, you are literally pushing Rocky away, who is trying to advance towards back what is going on?
So actually,
Motion to strike is non-responsive. That is a yes or a no.
could you phrase your question, please?
Isn't it true that what you just watched, you are literally pushing Rocky away from going back towards where Relly and Ills were?
Yes.
Correct? So, you would agree that as this incident ends, none of you stopped to pick up any casings, correct?
Rephrase that?
When this incident ends, none of the three of you, Ills, the defendant, yourself, stop to pick up any casings that are at the scene, right?
No.
Is that correct?
No, I left the scene.
Right. None of you go, do any of you pick up any expended
We
casings?
all left the scene, sir.
Did you pick up any expended casings?
No.
Did anybody at the scene that you saw pick up expended casings?
No.
In fact, Relly didn't pick up anything either, correct?
I have no idea what really did.
I thought you said you were watching him the whole time.
Oh, I'm saying you said that he picked something up.
You told us, continue to watch the video, I want you to watch it, and you previously testified that you were watching Relly the whole time. Defendant is running away in this, right?
Yes, he's out.
He's gone.
Yes.
You would agree, sir, that at no point in time did the rest, any of the three of you that were left, pick up anything off the ground, correct?
I didn't pick anything up.
And did you see Ills pick anything up?
It was then he picked himself up off the floor.
That's not what I asked you. Did Ills pick up anything off the ground?
I don't think so.
Did Relly pick up anything off the ground?
Rel was, if you could see the
Motion
video,
to strike is not responsive.
Did you see Relly pick up anything?
I didn't see Rel pick up anything.
So, it's your position that you, the first time that you ever saw the injuries to Relly's hand was when?
I'm not too sure the specific date, but it was only on Ron.
Okay. You ever hit anybody? You ever been in a fight yourself in your life?
Yes.
When you hit them, do you hit them with your knuckles or do you hit them with the injury that he has to his hands?
Well, I'm not too sure how everybody else throws their punches. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't even know how to throw a punch, so I can't tell you how somebody else throws a punch.
Well, you basically said that Relly is a very strong guy. You worked out with him. Do you think, based on your experience knowing Relly for 20-something years, do you think Relly knows how to throw a punch?
No,
Oh, you don't think Relly knows how to throw a
no.
punch? Okay. So it's your position that the injuries on the fingers were from Relly punching Ills.
I believe so. I feel as though you could see him fighting Ills. I think he hit the floor.
Motion to strike, everything is after yes, it's not response. So I simply asked a yes or no question, and he had it.
You can remain.
Isn't it true that the reason that you got the defendant out of there was because you understood that he had just shot at somebody with a firearm and you were concerned that he was going to be in a bucket load of trouble?
No.
And it's your position that at that time, at that date, you knew that there is no way that the defendant could have done any damage to anybody because that was a fake gun.
It was a prop, yes.
And it's your position that Relly also knew that there was no way that the injuries that he had could have been from a gun because the prop gun that the defendant shot at him with was a phony, correct? Wasn't a real gun.
Can you rephrase that?
So you would agree that Relly also was aware that night that there's no way the injuries on his hand could have been caused by getting shot by the defendant because it was a prop gun, it wasn't real.
I believe that, yes.
When did you first become aware that Relly was asking Mr. Mayers and his management team for money as a result of the incident?
Probably 2022.
Now, you would agree that as soon as you would have heard this, you would have known that that request was bogus because it wasn't a real gun, right?
Can you rephrase that?
As soon as you would have heard that Relly was trying to get money for allegedly being shot at, you would have known that that was a bogus allegation, an untrue allegation, because it was a prop gun and the defendant could have never shot him, right?
Of course, yes.
So, after you found that out, tell me when you went to the police to tell them what you knew.
I didn't go to the police.
Now, you discovered at a later point in time that not only had Relly gone to the police, but that the defendant had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you knew that, as soon as you heard it, you knew that those charges were unfair and never happened, correct?
Correct.
Did you go to the police then?
No.
Did you call the prosecutor then?
I didn't even know who the prosecutor was, so no.
So you were unable to figure out who to contact? Is that why you didn't go forward?
For one, I just didn't know, nobody said the prosecutor wanted to speak to me. Nobody said the LAPD wanted to speak to me.
Listen to my question. I'm not saying whether they wanted to speak with you. This is your brother,
Yeah.
who you're saying is being charged unfairly for a crime he didn't commit. And you have the evidence to prove it didn't happen.
Yes.
My question is, why didn't you come forward to tell the police and prosecutors what you knew?
Well, I don't have a particular reason, but they charged him. I guess it was going to trial. I believe I could tell my truth here. I didn't have to tell the LAPD or anybody else.
Wait, you didn't have a particular reason. Wouldn't a particular reason be that your brother is facing serious charges and you are able to tell the authorities it's not true?
I've never been in a situation where you could just go to, I guess, the law and tell them this will happen and the person is innocent.
So you couldn't figure out on your own, Mr. Phillips, that you could have picked up the phone, called Rocky's lawyers, called Rocky himself, called the police, called prosecutors, say, hey, listen, this is not true. You couldn't figure that out on your own. Is that your testimony?
I've never seen that opportunity available.
At some point, you became aware that Relly had gone to the police. My question is, when did you learn that he had gone to the police?
To be honest, like I said, it had to be 2022. I'm not too sure.
So you're saying you did not know that Relly had gone to the police until sometime in 2022?
Yes.
Now, you knew for sure by April 2022 because it was being published on different websites that Relly was a snitch and a rat, correct?
No.
Oh, you didn't know about that? What number? 22? Who's that on the left side of the screen?
Is that right?
Who's on the right side?
Barber.
Barney's another brother of yours, right?
Yes.
This is dated April 20th, 2022. You know what No Jumper is, correct?
I'm aware of what the platform is, but I'm not a supporter of No Jumper.
So I'm going to ask you something. When's the first time that you saw this post that says, at ASAP, Barty says that ASAP Relly snitched on ASAP Rocky causing his arrest earlier this morning. When's the first time that you ended up hearing that, seeing that?
Well, this is my first time seeing this post. So
You've never seen that post before today?
I have my own business. I'm not a part of the jumper.
So I'm not asking you a part of the jumper.
I'm not a part of no jumper.
When did you first learn that Relly was being labeled a snitch and a rat by other ASAP members and by the rap community?
But I checked the other ASAP members and the rap community. One person here. I checked the characterization mistakes the evidence.
That's,
On the record.
now that's a speaking objection again. I'm just responding to double giving.
Right. Ms. Stacy,
Objection, Stacy.
read it back.
There's a question, so I'm not misstating my asking.
When did you first learn that Relly was being labeled a snitch and a rat by other ASAP members and by the rap community?
Also, you know,
It's
this-
not just stating anything, the overall, like,
Can you rephrase it?
can you be right back, please?
When did you first learn that Relly was being labeled a snitch and a rat by other ASAP members and by the rap community?
So I never learned from other ASAP members that he was being called a rat. I'm not a follower of No Jumper, you know, and Relly is not a musician. So other musicians aren't talking about Relly.
So you're telling me that these other ASAP members who you refer to as you are all brothers, correct?
Yes.
ASAP Bari is a brother, correct?
And to be honest,
Yes or no?
I haven't seen Barbie. I haven't seen him.
I have a question. When I'm asking you a question, instead of looking at me, you look over at the jury. Is there a reason why you're not looking at me when I'm asking you questions and why you're looking directly at the jury?
I'm looking at everybody. I'm giving eye contact with everybody in the room.
Has anybody told you that when you answer questions, you want to turn and look at the jury? You've been directed to do that?
No, but I have answered
Most
questions.
right, everything else is non-responsive.
everything after no is.
So, this is my question. ASAP Bari, you referred to him as a brother. I'm not done with my question. You previously referred to him as a brother. Now you are saying, not only did you not hear anything about these rat allegations involving Relly from Bari, but you never heard about it from any other ASAP. Is that correct?
No,
Is that correct?
no.
It is not correct.
I haven't heard it from anybody else in ASAP. And this is my first time seeing this. Like I said, I do not follow No Jumper.
What happened to the gun that was used in this incident? Do you know?
I don't know what happened to the prop, sir.
Have you ever asked Rocky what happened to the gun?
No.
If that prop gun were here and it was believed that that's what was used, you would agree that would be very helpful evidence.
Objection, relevant.
It goes against bias.
Objection, relevant, also calls for speculation.
Sustained on speculation grounds.
Would you agree that since the defendant is charged with firing a real firearm, that if you knew where the actual prop gun was, that would be likely helpful to the defendant?
On the same question, same objection.
Same ruling.
Where's prop gun?
I don't know.
Have you ever asked?
No.
So it's your testimony that this incident happens, and the last time you saw the prop gun was when the defendant fired it and put it back in his waistband?
Can you rephrase the last part?
So, the last time you saw the prop gun was after the defendant fired it at that scene, and you guys left. It was in his waistband, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true, sir, that after that incident, you, or the defendant with your knowledge, you guys got rid of that gun?
No.
Not true?
That's not true. I have no idea. Because when I left, I went back to my hotel.
Let me ask you, I want you to assume for a moment that instead of being a prop gun, that it was a real 9mm handgun. I want you to assume that. Are you following me?
You want me to answer?
No, I want to make sure you're following me. I'm having you assume it was a real gun.
I can't make any assumptions.
No, you can, because this is called a hypothetical. I can have the judge explain to you. I want you to assume, for my question, that it was not a prop gun, that it was a real 9mm firearm.
Pretend it was a real gun.
If it was a real gun, would you agree that the defendant would have a motive to get rid of it?
Objection, false speculation.
Would you agree, sir, that being like a brother to the defendant, that you yourself would have a motive to get rid of that gun?
No,
So you're telling me that if it was a real firearm that was used in this incident, that you in no way can see where you would have a motive to get rid of the gun?
no,
Okay. As far as you know, where's that gun today?
sir, I have no idea where's the prop.
So, the defendant is like your brother, and you speak to him all the time, either directly, in person, by text, etc. Is that right?
I speak to him in person when I see him. He's very busy, so it's not that often.
Well, have you ever asked him what happened to the gun?
No,
Does that seem like a question that might be important?
no,
All right. Let me continue. Do you still speak to Ills?
yes,
And you would agree, you're aware that the defendant still speaks to Ills, right?
I believe so. I'm not too sure.
Well, when you're not too sure, you're saying you have not had a conversation with the defendant where the two of you talk about Ills?
We don't talk about ills, but we have been in family events, and ills has been there.
So it's your understanding that the defendant continues to have a relationship with Ills, correct?
Yes, we all friends, yes.
And you still continue to have a relationship with Ills, correct?
That's my friend, yes it is.
Where's Ills today?
Sir, I'm here. I'm not too sure.
Let me ask the question again. Where does Ills reside? Where is he today?
Objection, lacks personal knowledge.
I'm asking him, Your Honor, I can't, last person, I'm asking him if he knows. There's a last
The
person.
question was, does he know? I
Yeah,
thought you asked him, where is he?
and do you know where Ills is?
No, sir.
Where is the last time you knew Ills to be?
In New York City,
In New York City. When was this?
sir, maybe November
November of 2024.
224, yes.
And you are aware that Ills is aware that the defendant's been charged in this case, correct?
Objection, false speculation.
Sustained.
Have you ever had a conversation with Ills, by text, in person, etc., regarding the defendant's case?
No,
Has Ills ever said to you, at any point in time, that he is aware that his close friend, A$AP Rocky, has been charged in this case?
I never had this conversation with ills, I'm sorry.
So you've never had, since this incident happened on November 6, 2021, you've never had another conversation with Ills about what happened?
We spoke the week of, and it was just the fact that, it was sad that one of our brothers had a fight with another one of our brothers. So that was it.
And you've never spoken to Ills about what happened since that point in time?
No,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
Who's Wally Sajini?
Excuse me?
Wally Sajini. Who is he?
Well, I believe he works as I guess a liaison for different, I guess like tech companies. I'm not too sure.
He's also known as A$AP Wally, right?
No, he's not.
Isn't he a part of the collective?
He is not a part of ASAP.
Is he a part of AWGE?
I'm not too sure. I feel like he could just be an independent contractor. I'm not sure of his business.
Are you a part of AWGE?
I am a part of ASAP.
Are you a part of AWGE?
No, I'm ASAP.
What's AWGE?
I don't know.
You've never heard of AWGE?
I've heard of it, but I'm not too sure like what it is exactly. Like a creative agency.
What do you know it to be?
I know the person that's involved with it is a creative person, and just to Me as a creative agency.
Is the defendant involved with AWG?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, how do you know? What are you basing that on?
Just from his creative curations.
Just based on, sorry?
Creative curations. So
What
it's
is
a
that?
creative agency.
Would you agree, let me back this up. Are you aware that Mr. Sajimi is someone that regularly speaks or texts, has contact with the defendant?
I'm not too sure what he does.
So you don't know.
No.
How often do you have contact with Mr. Sajimi?
Maybe once every 3 months.
And when's the last time you had contact with him?
Last year he was trying to help me get like a something with sneakers. I'm heavy into sneakers. He was trying to get me like a modeling situation.
You said you watched some of the testimony in this case, previously testified that, do you recall?
Only like what I've seen on clips on the internet.
Well, so I assume you've seen clips on the internet of Wally Sajimi's testimony, correct?
I only seen his thumbnail.
His thumbnail.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Just a photo of him with his leg crossed, just looking at you.
So you didn't see, don't know any of his testimony at all?
No.
I want you to assume for a moment that Mr. Sajimi testified that he was mediating the dispute between Morelli and the defendant. I want you to assume that he testified that. Did he ever reach out to you, Wally, to talk to you about what happened so he could effectively mediate the situation?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Sajimi about what happened on November 6th?
No.
Were you aware that he was, quote, mediating the situation with Relly?
I was not aware.
You would agree that Mr. Sajimi is much closer to the defendant than he is to Relly, correct?
Well, possibly.
When you say possibly, you mean yes, correct?
I haven't seen Wally in years, sir, so I'm not too sure like what you're trying to explain to me. I haven't seen Wally.
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Sajimi about Relly's lawsuit or about the criminal charges in this case?
No.
I want to talk about social media for a second. You're on the left board now? Because it's unusual. I will finish under my 2 hours. I know the court had me over, but I just wanted to get that out. I want to talk about social media for a second. In your industry, you would agree that sites like Instagram and the personas that are created in it, those are not necessarily meant to reflect reality, correct?
Yes.
So you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in other words, you have somebody, individuals in your world, they might be posing with money, guns, planes, women, etc. And just because they're posing with those items doesn't mean that, for instance, the plane or the money they're posing with is theirs. Is that right?
Well, it could be theirs for the moment, momentarily. They rented it or paid their way to get on there or whatever.
Right, but you would agree that Instagram is used by individuals in your field to create an image, a persona, and sometimes that persona might involve they want to look really wealthy, right?
As far as musicians,
As far as anybody in the ASAP world, or anybody in the rap entertainment world.
nah, I don't know. That's a broad comment because not everybody in the rap world is into planes, chains, cars. I like books.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, would you agree that when you have individuals who are posing, they are in the ASAP world, or in the rap world, and those individuals are posing on Instagram with private planes or wads of money, that is not necessarily a statement by those individuals that, hey, that's my plane, or I have all this money, then it's part of a persona that's created on social media, correct?
No.
You would disagree with that?
Yeah, I would disagree.
So in all of your posts,
Mm-hmm.
have you ever posed with items in your Instagram, whether it be money or physical items, plane, cars, etc., that you didn't actually own?
Unless it was for a music video, no.
Well, music video would be the same thing, correct?
A music video is meant to be art. It's meant to be like a movie.
Okay. So it's your testimony that you believe that when an individual, so as an example, your position would be that if Relly has on his Instagram a bunch of photos of money or of a private plane,
Mm-hmm.
that he is basically saying to the world, that's my private plane and that's my money, and it's like he's testifying in court when he does it?
With that check, it's relevant.
Relevant?
It's irrelevant. Also speculation.
Basically.
Okay, listen. So, I want you to assume for a moment that Relly has had on his Instagram pictures where he's posing with wads of money or private planes. Is it your testimony that it would be your belief that that is basically the same as coming into court and saying under oath, hey, that's my money and that's my plane?
Can you rephrase? Because I don't understand it. Like how it would be the same.
You would agree it's not the same, correct?
I don't think Instagram and court is the same.
Right, because Instagram is about creating an impression, creating a persona, and it's not necessarily about reality. Would you agree?
Well, it's a form of reality because you're doing it and you're showing it to people.
Are you aware that Instagram has rules on it where if you're going to post money for a plane, where you have to check a box that says, hey, that's actually my private plane, I own that?
I'm objecting to that as
As what?
Seems like
sustained objection.
correct, sustained.
I want you to assume for a moment, sir, you have an Instagram account, correct?
Yes, I do.
So I want you to assume for a moment that Relly has on his Instagram pictures, photos of money, photos of a plane. Does that mean to you that Relly is telling the world that is my money, that is my plane, or is that a persona that he is creating?
I feel as though, yes, because why would he post somebody else's money?
So again, as far as you know, you're unaware of individuals or yourself posting things on Instagram that aren't true.
I do not post things on Instagram that aren't true.
You agree that you refuse to return any messages from police or prosecutors, correct?
You said I refused.
Yeah, you return messages. You had a message left on your phone in New York City, and
Okay.
you didn't return it, correct?
To be honest, I get a million calls, so I probably didn't see it.
Okay. But you're not disputing. You're not going to say, hey, we didn't reach out to you. You're saying, I just don't remember getting one.
When did you reach out to me?
So this is not question and answer,
I'm confused.
okay? I'm asking the questions, you got to give the answer. Let me be clear. Are you saying, you know what? I didn't deliberately not call you back, but I could have missed a call because I get a lot of messages. Is that correct?
I could have missed a call.
Okay. You are aware that we actually asked to speak with you in front of the judge, and you said you would not speak to us, correct?
Yes.
I want to go back and I want to make sure that we understand. You've spoken to the defense on only one occasion, is that correct?
I spoke to them, I believe, twice.
Twice? Okay. Where and when was the first time?
First time was in New York, August of 2024.
Okay. And how long was that conversation?
maybe an hour.
Okay, and the second time is when?
I believe last week.
Last week, okay. You are aware that we received what was represented as your statement on January 20th, the day before trial started. And I could,
You didn't finish the question.
I want you would agree, there are 12 bullet points here, is that correct?
There's an objection on multiple grounds.
On what?
Name one.
One of them is this was asked and answered on Friday at motion. Number two.
Sustain. Just a question.
Your Honor, given what we discussed this morning, it takes on new relevance.
All right.
We approach our position.
No.
And then
I'm
also,
no.
another ground.
All right, I'm gonna assume that what you said this morning justifies this line of question.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 12 bullets, which is supposed to comprise your entire statement that you've given to the defense in this case. You had a chance to look at this, correct?
Yes, this is not me.
Oh, I'm sorry, this one. I know upside down. This one. That's you, correct?
Yes.
12 bullet points. You're aware this was given to the prosecution on January 20th, the day before
Objection.
this.
Relevant.
Object.
This was given to the prosecution, to us, on January 20th, the day before trial started.
Objection.
Hold on. What is the objection?
Relevant.
Sustain.
At any point in here, is there any information about prior specific incidents of the defendant carrying a prop gun, which you testified to on direct examination?
Judge, objection, this was covered Friday.
That's not a legal objection.
Ask Nash
And
is.
Your Honor, based on,
Sustain. 177.5, don't argue. It was the objection sustained.
is there any indication in your statement about specific incidents involving Rocky, the defendant, being threatened or being the target of violence or home invasion?
Yes or no?
Huh?
Yes.
I'm telling him, it's a yes or a no.
Are there specific incidents listed?
It says, for security measures which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasion.
Yes, does it list what those incidents of violence and home invasion were?
But that's a summary. So I told them.
You told them what the answers were,
So,
correct?
no, I told them what the answer was. No, I'm actually clarifying that I said he was victims of violence, home invasions, and other things before. It says that, it doesn't say specifically because it's a summary.
You were asked on direct examination and you gave specific incidents that you listed. Do you recall that?
Yes,
My question is, did you tell the defense about those specific incidents when you were interviewed?
Again, I object that was asked and answered. Nothing to do with anything to do with swimming. That's what was asked.
Is it your testimony that you told the defense about these specific incidents?
yes,
Is it your defense that you told the defense?
Wait, is it his defense?
No, I said that he told the defense about these specific incidents. He said
I
yes.
thought you said, is it your defense?
No.
He did say.
Is it your position
There you go.
that you told the defense about those specific incidents
You just said yes.
during your interview?
You said yes.
I was trying to clarify, the court said I asked the question with the wrong word. So is your answer yes? Is it your position that you specifically told the defense about the prior incidents involving Rocky and the prop gun?
Hold on, the prior incidents, what you mean prior incidents?
Would you agree, sir, that the only mention in your report about a prop gun is the sentence, during the altercation, Relly told Rocky and some substance to put the fake gun away?
No,
And
that's the first time.
And then,
Right.
and,
That's
and
before
then
that.
the part that you read, Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures, which he was known to do after being a victim of violence and home invasions.
That's, if you listen, violence and home invasions, those are the incidents.
So my question is, you testified on direct examination that there were 3 other incidents you could recall where you saw Rocky with a prop gun.
Okay,
Did you tell the defense that during your interviews?
yes.
Do you see any mention of those
Objection
incidents?
is relevant.
It's irrelevant whether he sees it.
All right. Have you ever given your cell phone to the police to have all of its contents copied and analyzed?
No,
Would you agree you've never provided anything to the police in this case?
they never,
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
That's
no,
for yes or no.
Have you given anything to the police in this case?
No.
Have you given anything to the prosecution in this case?
just this interview here, no. Besides that, no.
Did you and I have an interview, or did I cross-examine you on the stand after you were called by the defense?
You're asking me questions here, so to my knowledge, if somebody's asking you questions, that's an interview. So that's all I'll say.
And did you agree to this interview?
Can I answer thoroughly?
That's a yes or no question.
Yes, when you ask me right here, I say yes.
So, sir, are you aware that you were called as a witness by the defense in this case?
Yes,
Are you aware that once you're called as a witness by the defense, that by law, I get to cross-examine you?
yes,
So would you agree, sir, this is not a voluntary interview or conversation we're having? You're in a court testifying for the defense, and I'm cross-examining you, is that correct?
yes,
So, do you now strike that? Isn't it true, sir, that as you sit here, that you do not want your friend, your brother, to be convicted in this case, whether he shot Relly with a real gun or not, correct?
can you rephrase that?
Isn't it true that as you sit here today on that witness stand, that you do not want your friend, your brother, Rocky, to be convicted in this case, even if in fact he shot Relly with a real gun?
I was there, he didn't. So no, I do not want him to be guilty.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
It is.
Listen to my question. Isn't it true, sir, that even if the defendant shot Relly with a real gun, that because he's your brother and he's your friend, you do not want him to be convicted?
Can you please rephrase it in a way that I understand?
Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Listen to my question. You've repeatedly testified that you don't believe that the defendant did not commit this crime. We
Correct.
understand that. That's not my question. Listen to what I'm asking you. Even if, sir, he committed the crime, even if he shot at Relly with a gun, even if that were true, because of your close relationship with him, because you view him as a brother, you do not want him to be convicted. Isn't that correct?
I really don't understand the question.
Let me try.
I'm gonna try. What's that?
Sure. All right. Pretend the gun was real. And that Rocky fired 2 shots at Relly from a real gun. And that's what he's on trial for. Is it true that you would not want him to be convicted? That's what he's trying to say. Sure. Even if it was a real gun.
True, I will want him to be convicted.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Takapini.
Save that time on account.
Okay, well, we have that exhibit up there, Mr. Phillips, let's take a look, because they've left it up here for quite some time, so it's convenient. Right here. You see that? That's People's 22. Being asked questions about really being labeled a rat by other members of ASAP and the rap community. Correct? Remember those questions? They showed you that one post, correct?
Yes.
How many people in that one post that they showed you are calling Relly a snitch? How many people?
Just one person.
Just one person. Okay. Now, let's go to a series of questions you were just asked about your communications with the police. You know Detective Flores, the lead detective in this case, testified that they never attempted to reach out to you before 2 weeks ago. You know that?
No, I don't know.
Okay. You were then asked, have you ever given anything to the police in this case? Did you give your cell phone? Did you give her anything? Remember being asked those questions?
Yeah.
Did they ever ask?
No.
They, Your Honor.
They are the
It's-
police.
They is vague.
The police? Oh. When I said they, did you know who I meant?
Yes.
They, Mr. Lewin just asked you if you agreed to an interview when you were asked in front of the judge 2 weeks ago. Remember that? And you
Yeah.
said no?
I remember.
When was that?
That was it was about 2 weeks ago now. Yeah.
In January of 2025, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, as Detective Flores testified to, no one ever reached out to you, correct? For an interview?
Correct.
Your Honor, that's gonna call for speculation. The second-
Did anyone ever reach out to you
Nobody reached out to me.
from law enforcement?
No.
That's gonna call for speculation, whether they reached out.
Sustained.
Did you ever hear from anyone, from law enforcement or the district attorney's office before 2 weeks ago?
No.
By the way, Willie knew who you were, right?
Yes, that was a friend of mine, for real.
Knew where you lived, right?
Yes.
You were speaking to the police as you learned, right?
Yes.
Then you were asked, once you learned Rocky was charged with a crime, okay?
Yes.
Did you then think maybe you should reach out to the police at that point? Remember being asked that question?
Yes, I remember that question.
He was already charged with the crime at that point, correct?
In, yeah, in 2022, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. So did you think they made up their mind already?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Well, why didn't you reach out to them after he was already charged with the crime?
Because I felt as though they already arrested him and charged him without speaking to me. I felt like, why should I speak to them? They already got their mind made up.
Now, both things. Regarding this interview that we had in August of last year. And you were shown this summary. Did you write that summary, by the way?
No,
Did you ever see that summary before it was in your face?
no,
Okay. Did you mention the prop gun and Rocky having that prop gun in August of 2024 when we interviewed you for the first time?
yes.
And who brought it up? We did or you?
I wrote it up.
You asked questions on cross about Ill's bloody lip and being beaten by Relly. Remember those questions?
Yes.
When you testified on direct, and I think on cross as well, you said that he had a bloody lip, correct?
Yes.
You didn't say that his face was broken, did you?
I didn't say
You didn't say he was bruised all over, did you?
no.
Does the video that they showed you of him wearing the American flag on his head on November 7th at Complex Con, does that change the video that you saw here on November 6th?
From the incident?
Yeah.
No,
Does it change what you saw with your own eyes on November 6th, 2021?
no.
You asked questions about how you knew on cross-examination, how you knew it was the same prop gun on November 6th than it was at the previous instances. How did you know?
Only because they had like unique modifications. I believe a belt clip and a clear replica magazine.
Clear replica magazines,
Yes.
right? And when you say the belt clip's not something that's on the pants, it's on the prop.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Okay, explain what the belt clip is.
It's an accessory to the prop, so it's not like a holster. It's I believe it was equipped to the prop.
Okay. And how else did you know it was the same? You asked questions challenging whether you knew it was the same prop gun on November 6, 2021 that you had seen in previous instances.
Mhm.
How else did you know?
So, one, seeing it with my eyes, and two, speaking to my bro about it, speaking to Rocky about it.
one more thing, sir, and then we're done. You were showing that video of the, well, now referring to the second incident. I know you understand it to be one whole incident, but this, the one on Vista Del Mar, once you walk away, then turn, and really attacks Hill. That, focusing on that part. You were showing that video, correct?
Yes,
By the prosecution on cross-examination.
yes.
There was no sound in that video, right?
No.
Okay. What was clear to you from the video, and obviously you were there in person, was Relly tried to punch you?
This is leading, Your Honor.
Stay.
Did you testify on cross-examination that Relly tried to punch you?
Yes.
Let's take a close look at the video. We'll play EE. Thanks to the EE. This is also the enlarged video. With your pointer, show the jury when you see Relly coming at you. There. Go back again, please.
Your Honor, it's leading when
Overruled.
Okay, so show again.
can the witness answer the question and not the defense? He was asked the question and Mr. Capitino said there.
Ron, did you read the ruling?
No.
Okay, let's do this again, please. Mr. Phillips.
Yes.
Take a look. Let's rewind this, guys. Stop. With your pointer, when you see Relly on this video, and I know you were there, but when you see him on this video coming at you, that caused you to sort of bail into that sort of empty vacated lot area.
That was those questions leading already, it's just
Show us where you see Relly coming at you. With the pointer. Stop. Go back, please. Stop it. Or, go ahead. Look again. Stop. Okay. Where are you?
So, right here,
And where's Relly?
Relly is like right there.
Okay. Is there anyone between you and Relly at that point?
No.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lewin on cross-examination said, I'm not asking you why you ran. I'm asking you if you ran. Well, I'm asking you, why did you run?
I ran because Relly was gonna, I believe, swing on me. So, he already,
that's gonna call for speculation.
Overruled. The question is why. He's answering why.
You also said on cross-examination that Relly attacked Hills, correct?
yes.
Okay. And you said he attacked him before the first shot. Let's go back, show the jury where you first see Relly attacking Hills on this grainy video. With your point. Now,
Oh, my fault.
okay.
That's at 13 seconds.
13 seconds.
Is that right?
That's when he first attacked it.
Had Rocky discharged that prop gun that started this react?
No.
With that?
No.
Okay. As a matter of fact, play forward. Do you hear that prop gun shot, first shot?
Yes.
And where is, from that video, and from your personal recollection, where is Rocky's arm pointing?
The question is vague since it's recording both.
Okay, let's take the
Just a
video.
minute, just a minute. Sustained, that's two.
Let's take the video. Where is Rocky's arm pointing when he releases that first shot in the video? Go back for a second. Go back, please. Jolie,
Yes.
did you see that?
Yes.
Where? Where's the arm pointing?
His arm is pointing like down.
Okay. And when his arm's pointing down,
Yes.
is that when you hear the shot?
Yes. Well, like right after, but yeah, around when he extended his arms down, he moves his arm.
Now, you talked about after the shot, or shots, Relly was cocking his arm, punching Ills. You said that on cross, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Show us where in this video you see Relly's arm going back, punching Ills, and whether you see Ills' head moving.
So,
Go back, please. Okay.
I just want to clarify because he rewinded right in front.
To where, sir?
Like right about there.
Okay.
19 seconds.
So you can see his arms swinging on Ills right there.
Okay. And that's after the shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you go back. And when you see his arm swinging on Hills, that's after both shots, correct?
Yes. Can you play it again just so I can be sure?
Sure.
Can I ask the question from your arm?
Yeah, he's still hitting Ills.
Okay. He's still hitting Ills. Do you see what happens with Relly and Ills right there?
Oh, it looked like they fell.
Okay. And is that well after the second prop gun shot, starter gun shot is fired? Is it after? the
Oh,
second
yeah,
one?
yeah, this is after.
Okay. So let's play it one more time from start to finish. Tell us what you see.
So you see Rocky first, this is when he was trying to leave. So Rocky's leaving, I'm after, then Ills. So we start walking a little bit, but then Relly hits Ills, then that's when Rocky left the warning shot. So he lets off the second warning shot, I believe when Relly hits Ills again, but he also tried to swing at me. But I guess he didn't hit me, so he hit Ills again. So then right here, I
Stop.
push,
Go ahead.
yeah, I push Rocky away to tell him like, yo, bro, get the fuck up out of here, let's go. So I'm looking that way just to make sure like Rocky out of here, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if anybody gonna come run behind me and try to run towards him. So I'm just looking just to make sure he get up out of here. So then I turn around to see like what's good with Ills, you feel me? And then I see, I think Relly hit Ills one more time and then leave.
Okay. Let's see if you can see that in the video. No, stop. Point out where everyone is that you can still see.
All right.
Good point. We'll go to the easy one, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
And I think that's Rel, it's still the black figure. But I need to play it so I can be sure.
Rewind it for a second and play it.
I believe this is Rel right now.
That's Rel?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Ills would be to the left. Okay, go ahead, play it. Tell us what you see.
So I'm leaving. And then, see, that's why I was trying to make sure Rocky get up out of there, because Relly would look like he was going to come back and tell you the direction of Rocky. I just peeped that.
Okay, and what do you see? What, if anything, do you see Relly doing at that point as you're leaving?
At that point, he goes back into the direction of Ills.
Okay. So, does it appear that Ills is doing anything when Relly comes out?
Yeah. Now, it looked like he fell or something. I just know he hit him with him. I'm not too sure what happened.
Okay. By the way, you asked by Mr. Levin for us, do you see him pulling out the gun? Remember yesterday?
Yes.
Do you see a gun anywhere in this video?
No.
Can you see a gun?
No.
Okay. You know, Detective Forrest testified, you can't see a gun in this video?
Objection,
Sustained.
improper.
Sustained.
hypothetically speaking, if Detective
It's an
Flores.
improper hypothetical.
And it would also call for speculation, and his opinion about that would be irrelevant.
You were asked on cross-examination if the knuckles that you saw, let me show you this injury. This is people 17 for the record. You asked on cross-examination if the knuckles in that picture are consistent with a punch or not. Remember getting asked those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if someone's punching someone on the floor and they scrape their hand or knuckles on the floor, is that consistent with that injury?
Yes.
Objection, that's no foundation, calls for speculation.
There was no foundation for your question about the injury, so it's overruled. Question answered, Kathy?
Oh, lastly, you asked about Bill's.
Yes.
What is Bill's condition right now as far as is he, do you know to be addicted?
That's the leading.
No.
Abstain.
Okay. Do you know his condition at all as you sit here today?
I'm pretty sure he's alive and cool, but I don't know anything.
Oh, okay, thank you.
On cross-examination, you testified that you have never had any conversation with the defendant about this incident or about prop guns, correct? You remember testifying to that?
I would object that this is beyond the scope of
Overruled, overruled.
You testified on direct examination, you never had any conversation with the defendant about this incident or about any prop guns. Do you recall that testimony?
I had a conversation with him only
The question.
Do you recall that testimony on direct examination?
Can you repeat it?
On direct examination, you testified, on cross, excuse me, you testified you had never had any conversation with the defendant, I asked you, about either him possessing prop guns or about what happened in this incident, correct? What do you testify to? Do you recall that?
Yes.
A moment ago, with Mr. Tacopina, when you were asked, how do you know it was the same prop gun, you said, Rocky told me that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you've never had a conversation with him about prop guns, and you've never had a conversation with him about this incident, then how is it that he could have told you that information in a conversation that never happened?
Judge, I object this
His
misleading.
argument sustained. Well,
It was also misleading. He was talking about before the incident.
That's a speaking.
stop it! Read the question.
And it is-
I'll re-ask you that. Might be
Go ahead.
Can you explain
Yes.
how it is if you've never had a conversation with the defendant about prop guns or about the prop gun in this incident, how it is that he could have told you that it was the same prop gun in this incident that you saw in New York?
Judge, objection misstates the witness's testimony. That's what I'm trying to say.
Honestly, I said that we spoke in Harlem about the prop gun. When I said I seen it secured under his white tee, I said that in my testimony.
You just testified a moment ago with Mr. Tacopina. You just said, he asked you, how did you know it was the same prop gun? On the night, let me finish, on the night of the incident, from the one you see before, and you said, Rocky told me. Do you recall that testimony?
I said that,
Do you recall that testimony?
Yes or no?
yes.
And I asked you if you'd ever spoken to Rocky about prop guns, and you said no. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Phillips, that both of those statements cannot be true.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Can you explain how it is, if you have not spoken to the defendant about prop guns at all, how it is that you had this conversation with him about prop guns?
Objection, argument states
Overruled.
Well, like I said, I was at the video shoot when I first seen the prop guns. So we didn't have to have a conversation then about the prop gun. We knew it was a part of the set, you know? And the second time, I said that I seen him with the prop gun in New York. I didn't say we had a full-blown conversation about it, but I did say I seen him.
You actually testified, your answer was to the defense question because Rocky told me. Do you recall that answer?
Yes,
Is there a way that Rocky can tell you something without you having a conversation with him?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
You also testified, and you referred to it as Rocky fired a warning shot, correct?
yes,
Can you tell me, if it's a prop gun, isn't every shot, in essence, a warning shot because nothing comes out of it?
yes,
So in essence, isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that what happened is the first shot Rocky fired, he pointed the gun not directly at Relly, but he pointed it down, correct?
the first shot
First shot was pointed down, right?
at the ground.
Why would he need to point the gun down if it's not a real gun?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You testified that the defendant, during the first shot, pointed the gun down, correct?
Yes,
If the gun is not real, are you aware of why it would be necessary to point the gun down and fire a warning shot? It's not a real gun.
Same objection.
Same rule. These are all arguments that can be made to the jury before submission. How much
You have
longer-
also said-
Just a minute, Mr. Lewin, how much longer do you have?
I'll be done by noon, so another 2 minutes.
Okay.
Can you explain why you called it a warning shot if it is just a prop gun and cannot fire any real bullets?
Objection, yes, answer.
Overruled.
I stated that because wasn't nobody pointing the prop at anybody, so it wasn't like anybody was trying to do anything to direct anything. It was to deter Relly from beating up Ills. It was to scare him, and he left the warning shot. It didn't work.
So, I want to be clear. Your testimony is that the defendant, knowing that Relly knew that it was a prop gun, decided that what he wanted to do was to fire a warning shot with the fake gun that Relly knew was a fake gun by pointing it in a downward position so that it would stop Relly from attacking Hills. Is that your
Objection,
position?
calls for speculation. Sustained.
I'll re-ask. I want to make sure I'm understanding your testimony. You testified Relly knows it's prop gun, correct?
Yes,
You testified the defendant knows that Relly knows it's prop gun, correct?
yes,
You testified that the defendant is pulling out this prop gun that everybody knows is a prop gun in order to stop Relly from attacking Hills, correct?
yes,
And you further testified that he fires the first shot as a warning shot, pointing the gun down, even though it's a prop gun that can't fire anything that everybody knows is a prop gun. Is that correct?
Objection. Question.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
rephrase it, please.
Please read the question back. I have one question after this, Your Honor.
And you further testify that he fires the first shot as a warning, pointing the gun down, even though it's a prop gun that can't fire anything that everybody knows is a prop gun. Is that correct?
Yes,
You testified that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you something. As you sit here, Mr. Phillips, does what you're saying sound reasonable?
Objection or?
Nothing further.
I asked.
No, we're done with Mr. Phillips.
You sure?
Yes, he's been asked every question that he could possibly be
I have
asked by
one more.
both sides.
All right.
I can't fathom another question.
It's a good one.
Excuse.
What?
It's a good one, but all right.
Excuse subject to recall, Your Honor. That's foundational as a court of law.
All right, yeah, if you're notified to come back, you must come back, but if either side wants him back, I'm gonna wanna know what the offer of proof is.
Your Honor, just so it's clear, that's foundational under the evidence code for.
Right, I understand that.
I do not anticipate that he would be called back.
Evidence goes section 1235?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if it happens that you're notified to return, you must return, so you are not excused. Understand?
So I stay in California.
Well, you don't have to stay in California, but if you're notified to return, you must be here the very next day. All right, but for now, you can go.
Thank you for your
All right, we'll be in recess till 1:30.
You
Thank you. I'll ask wire over.
If you have a UN time estimate.
What?
They're also asking.
Oh, yeah, enough of the time.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go on the record. We're outside the presence of the jury. After we went off the record at the lunch recess, I overheard both sides talk about potentially Brady material. I didn't know what was or what might not be Brady material, so I asked the prosecution, specifically Mr. Krislomic and Mr. Lewin, to go in camera with me at 1:15. I wanted to know what potentially was the Brady material. Everything was fully related to me. There is nothing that need be disclosed pursuant to Brady. There is nothing that tends to exonerate. There is nothing that tends to impeach a prosecution witness. Consequently, nothing need be disclosed. All right, is the, I guess we need to bring in the jury. Is Mr. Levin here?
Yes.
Okay, let's get the jury in first, and then call Levin.
You want to just finish it? So I understand that they made a recording of
I can't hear you.
Oh, they made a recording of the witness,
Right.
I understand it? Before. Yes. Yeah, I understand they made a recording of
Let me, while the jury, let me see inside or not in the record. Okay. Juror seat 7, juror 7. Alex reminded me that you needed to recess at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Is that like in stone? Can it be any longer than that?
I need to be in Bakersfield by 6 o'clock.
Can you be later? Can you
No,
be
but
later?
I'm giving a talk. I can't be later.
All right. Then tomorrow, I told you, we'll break at 3. We will break at 3.
Because we should be, I think,
Oh,
Scribe.
One never knows. All right, we are now back on the record. All jurors and counsel and parties are present. Defense,
Thank you. The defense calls Lewis Levin.
Across from me, please. So around there. So you can just stop around there. Raise your right hand for us. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take this witness stand there. Feel free to adjust the microphone and state and spell your name for the record.
Lewis Levin, Louis Levin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Levin.
Good afternoon.
Do you go by any other name than Lewis Levin?
Yes, ASAP Lou.
Okay. Mr. Levin, in anticipation of the prosecution's questions later, would you ever commit perjury to defend Rocky?
No.
Would you ever commit perjury for anyone?
No.
Do you understand the significance of the oath you've taken today?
Yes, I do.
And do you take that oath seriously?
Yes,
Is this your first time testifying?
it is.
What do you do for a living?
I'm Rocky's tour manager. I also DJ, and I have a clothing brand.
And what are your responsibilities as Rocky's tour manager include?
Just doing the routing for the shows, make sure that the production staff is hired, the production is right, he gets there on time, just that we have a successful and good show.
Okay. And in addition to touring, are you also involved in Rocky's music videos?
Yes, I am.
And what does that involve?
Sometimes I'm featured in the videos, but most of the time I'm there to like help manage directors, producers, assistants, props, light, anything, just kind of a helping hand.
Okay. And how long have you worked with Rocky?
Since 2010.
When did you first meet him?
I met him in 2010 at a concert in Brooklyn.
And can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I was.
Relevant just to
Overall. You can answer.
Yes, I was actually a fan in the crowd, and I was a fan for him for a while, and I was in the crowd. He picked me out of the crowd and said, like, "You're hyped. I like your energy. Come up on stage." Went up on stage, and then after that, went backstage and met him, Twelvyy, Bari, Ill, just all the ASAP guys.
And did you begin working with Rocky at that time?
Not right away. It was a couple months after. It was either later in 2010 or early 2011.
And what was your first position with Rocky?
I was his assistant first.
And what did that involve?
Just like assistant tasks, make sure he's up on time, he makes his meetings, phone calls, he eats, his bags are packed, he's prepared for the day.
Okay. And was there a time where you switched positions? Where you stopped doing that?
Yeah, I did that for about 3-4 years, and then I started being his tour DJ, and like when he did after parties or clubs, his DJ for that as well.
Okay. And when did you start becoming his tour manager?
I would say 2017, 2018, somewhere around there.
Okay. Now, in addition to the work you do for Rocky, have you held any other jobs?
Well, yeah, I DJ and I have a clothing brand.
Okay.
I DJ on my own. Yeah.
And how large are the venues that you DJ for?
It varies. I've done like festivals with a few thousand people. I've done smaller private events, like club events. It varies, but I've done international, domestic. I've traveled for a lot.
Okay. And you mentioned that you met ASAP Twelvyy. Is that right?
Yeah, the first show I met Rocky.
And what's your relationship been like with Twelvyy?
It's been good. I would consider him a close friend.
And did you ever meet someone known as ASAP Rocky?
Yes.
And what's your relationship been like with him?
Over the years, it's always kind of been up and down. It would be times where like we were good, and then like a week later, he would text me or call me and say, "Fuck you, you're a bitch, you're a faggot." Oh, sorry.
Overall.
Hearsay.
Overall. You can answer.
He would text me and just be aggressive, like, "Fuck you, I'm gonna fuck you up when I see you, you're a bitch, you're a faggot," but then a week later say, "Hey, I miss you, we should hang out." Like, it's been like that ever since I've known him, really.
What's your understanding as to why it's been like that?
Your Honor, that's going to call for speculation. It's also relevant in perspective too.
What's your understanding as to why it's been that way?
What's your understanding? What?
What's your understanding as to why it's been that way?
The objection is sustained.
Okay. Mr. Levin, do you have any experience with firearms?
Yes, I do.
And are you licensed to possess firearms?
Yes, I am.
When did you get licensed?
In 2020,
And why?
it was COVID times, and it was pretty crazy. There was a lot of like home invasions. There's a lot of people getting robbed. There's a lot of violence going on, and I just felt the need to have something in my house to protect myself.
Okay. And what firearms, if any, do you own?
I own a Smith & Wesson M&P 9. I own a Glock 42. I own a 12-gauge shotgun and an AR-15. Right.
What caliber is the Glock 42?
It's .380.
Now, what do you do with those firearms?
Take them to the shooting range, keep them in my house. So,
Okay. And do you consider yourself knowledgeable about guns?
yeah, I would say so.
Are you personally aware whether or not Rocky's been the victim of prior violence?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And can you tell us about that knowledge?
I know he was jumped in a club in 2018. His face was cut.
Motion to strike the answer.
Hold on.
Sorry.
He can testify to what he has observed relating to that. If anything has been told to him, that would be an admissible hearsay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, with that instruction, are you personally aware of anything that you observed in terms of past violence against Rocky?
Yeah, that I personally observed. He had some home invasions and a stalker.
And can you tell us about the stalker?
The stalker has actually gotten into his home before. I saw the security footage, and I've actually encountered her in person before, like just following me around.
Okay. And when's the last time there was an incident with the stalker?
It was Memorial Day of 21.
Around May of 2021?
I would say yes.
Now, do you know of any security measures that Rocky took in response to these incidents?
Yes, he started getting security guard to sit outside his house for 24 hours, and he started carrying a prop gun.
Yeah, I'm gonna object. Lax Foundation.
How do you know that? What do you know about the security company and the prop gun?
I physically saw them, both the prop gun and the security company, and I
Objection withdrawn.
The objection's over. All right, the objection's over. Ask another question.
Thank you. So what's your understanding of what a prop gun is?
It's a prop gun is something that looks like a real gun. It doesn't fire a projectile. It makes the same noise. It looks like it. It's just, like I said, it doesn't actually shoot anything out of it.
All right. I think you just answered this, but were you personally involved in Rocky's decision to carry the prop gun?
Security, and I thought it would be a good idea.
Why?
Well, because of the prior violence, it's just a non-lethal form of self-defense.
Okay. Now, you said you worked with Rocky on music videos. Did any of them involve prop guns?
Yes.
Which was the most recent one?
DMV.
And where was that music video made?
It was made in New York.
Who were the main characters in that video?
Rakim.
Do you know where Rocky got the prop gun that he carried from?
Yes, he got it from that video shoot.
And how do you know that?
I was on set, and I handled it there.
Have you seen him take it?
I did see him take it, yes.
When was the DMV music video recorded?
July 2021.
So about a month or two after that May 2021 incident with the stalker?
Correct, yes.
Now, after the DMV video, how do you know that Rocky carried that prop gun?
I personally saw him, and I handled it.
Did you see Rocky with it on November 6th, 2021?
I did, yes.
Where were you when you saw it?
We were in Long Beach at ComplexCon. We had rehearsals that day for the show, which was the next day, the 7th. During rehearsals, he does like a dress rehearsal where he gets on stage and runs around and rehearses his performance. While he was running around, he handed me the prop gun to hold, so it was in safekeeping.
And based on what you've seen and heard, did Rocky hide from his friends the fact that he carried that prop gun?
Not to his close friends, no.
And how do you know that?
It was known by everyone. I mean, it was just something that everyone knew. Like his close friend circle, everybody we knew that he carried a prop gun.
Have you ever seen Rocky carry a real firearm in public?
Not in public, no.
Now, the prop gun that you've been talking about, what type is it, or was it?
It was a Glock 26.
And Did you ever do anything to that prop to modify it?
Yes. I added this thing on the side of it called the clip draw, and what that is essentially it lays flush to the slide, and it allows you to put it in your waistband more securely, so if you have to carry it out. And then I also added a clear extended magazine on it.
And why did you put the clear extended magazine on it?
Well, the Glock 26 is a small, like, subcompact gun. The whole point of him carrying this was to make it look intimidating, to kind of scare people off that were going to try to harm him. So having the clear magazine and extended magazine made it look a little bit more intimidating.
Okay. To your knowledge, did there come a point where Rocky stopped carrying that prop gun?
Yes, it was after November
Now,
6th.
Objection Foundation, in terms of how he knows this, can we get the foundation?
How do you know?
Oh, because I was part of the decision. He gave it to me. He gave it to me after.
Objection's overruled. Thank you.
And why was that decision made?
That's gonna call for speculation unless there's firsthand knowledge.
Overruled.
The decision was made because, like I said, he carried it to deter violence, and then on November 6th, after the incident, it obviously didn't work, and he decided to just get actual armed security. He didn't want to carry it anymore.
Do you know what happened to that prop gun?
Yes, I brought it back to New York.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so after he gave it back to me, January, I believe, of next year, 2022, I flew back to New York with it, and I gave it to the co-director that we got it from.
When you said you gave it to him in New York, how did you get to New York with the prop gun?
Oh, we took a private jet.
Now, do you know if Rocky was licensed to possess firearms in 2021?
That's gonna again call for hearsay.
Stand. Do you know if Rocky owned firearms in 2021?
And that's also Wax Foundation, the way it's asked. Ask him what he knows, what he's seen, and
You can answer.
Yes, he did.
And what firearms did he own?
It was a Desert Eagle, 44 Magnum, and an AR-10 rifle.
And are they designed to accommodate 9mm caliber ammunition?
No, they're not.
Have you ever been to Rocky's home?
Yes,
How often?
many times.
And have you ever seen firearms ammunition there?
Yes.
Did you ever plan on going to a shooting range with Rocky?
Yeah, we did. It was in the summertime of 21, I would say July, August, somewhere around there.
And what preparations did you make in order to go?
So I came to his place first with my both of my pistols, my handguns. And while we were there, I was oiling the guns up and loading the magazines, and also calling around the shooting ranges to try to secure like a private area, a private room.
And why did you do that? Why were you looking for a private room?
Well, because of who he is, he's a celebrity, and you know, we just didn't want to cause a commotion going there. And usually when we go out places, we do try to get a private room. Like,
Okay. In this instance, did you actually end up going to the shooting range?
no, we couldn't secure anything. Everything was booked out, or just nothing was available that day.
Okay. So what did you do instead?
Just hung out at this place. We had a couple drinks, talked, bullshit.
Okay. Did you go home that night?
I did.
And did you bring your weapons and ammunition back with you?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I had a couple drinks. I didn't think it'd be wise to travel with my firearms.
Okay. Did you go back to Rocky's house to retrieve your belongings at some point?
Yeah, the next day I did.
And at that time, did you take everything with you?
I took everything except for one magazine. It was a Glock 43 magazine.
Okay. Now, do you own a Glock 43?
I did not.
All right. So why did you have a Glock 43 magazine?
So when I purchased my Glock 42, and I was at the gun shop buying accessories for it, more magazines, I had mistakenly grabbed the Glock 43 magazine. When you're in the store, everything is like right next to each other. So it's the Glock section, it's all of them listed, the 17, 19, all the accessories. They were right next to each other, and I grabbed it mistakenly, and I didn't realize until that day that I had mistakenly grabbed it.
And I want to show you what's in evidence is Exhibit 40. People's Exhibit 40. 40B. 40B. Direct your attention to this right here.
Yes.
For the record, he's pointing to what appears to be a handgun magazine in the middle of the photo, or other magazines and rounds in the video. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That's right. Okay, it's 11. I just pointed to. What is that?
That's my Glock 43 magazine.
Was this magazine ever used?
No.
Can you tell that from looking at the picture?
Personally, I guess, because I mean, I own firearms and I own other magazines. Usually it has wear marks on the side of it from going in and out of the pistol and firearm. So that one has nothing on it. It's clearly brand new. It's just loaded.
All right, I want to show you what's in evidence of People's Exhibit 42.
You don't have to take them all out. We'll stipulate some numbers if you like.
Let's do this. Can you zoom in on it? Away. Okay. Why don't we do this? Yeah. So I want you to take a look at this. Cartridge. How would you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a 6-hour 9mm cartridge. It's mine.
Is that the ammunition that you left at Rocky's house?
Correct, yes.
The one that, excuse me, ammunition that was contained in that magazine that we just saw?
That's correct.
By the way, going back to the magazine, when you realized it was the wrong one, why didn't you return it?
It's a $20 magazine. It would have cost more in gas to go there back and forth in my time.
Okay. All right, I want to show you what's in evidence is Defense Exhibit CC. Okay. Ms. Levin, do you see the two shell casings on the right?
Yes.
Can you see the imprint on the bottom of those shell casings? Can you make it out?
Yes.
Okay. And what do they say? What's the imprint?
FC 9mm Luger.
Okay. Can you tell us what brand these casings are?
That's federal.
Okay. And the cartridges on the left, are those the cartridges that you just saw?
Yeah, the one you just handed me.
Okay. That's the 9mm ammunition that you left in Rocky's house?
Correct.
Okay. And what brand is that?
SIG 6-hour.
All right. So these 9mm shell casings on the right, the same brand as your 9mm ammunition on the left.
They're not.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Mr. Levin, as you sit here today, do you consider yourself to be an unbiased witness?
Yes, I do.
So do you agree that you come in to your testimony today looking at the defendant as basically a brother, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that you do not want to see him convicted in this case? Agreed?
Well, I've already he's facing 24 years. I don't want to see him go to jail for 24 years.
Your Honor, please admonish the jury that that is
It's
an
not
incorrect
responsive.
statement.
Sustain. Ask the question
Did you not understand the question that I asked?
Can you please rephrase it?
So I'm going to ask you going forward, sir. I want you to answer the question I asked, and only that question, and not add anything that you want to add. The attorney who called you will have a chance to get up here on redirect and to ask you anything that he wants to ask. Do you understand that?
Yes, I apologize. Can you please rephrase it?
My question is, isn't it true, sir, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you do not want him to be convicted, do you?
I believe in the judicial system. Anyone who's committed a crime and is guilty and found guilty by a jury should pay for their crime.
I'm going to ask you again, sir. Given your close relationship with the defendant, isn't it true that you do not want him to be convicted in this case? Yes or no?
I can't really answer that. I don't know the details, full details of the case. I can't accurately answer that. I'm sorry.
You would agree that you have a, in addition to your personal relationship, you have a financial relationship with the defendant, correct?
Not significant.
Well, wait a minute, you're his tour manager, correct?
Yeah, the past 2-3 years, he barely toured.
Well, if he tours, would you expect to be the tour manager?
When he tours, yes.
And when he tours, that can be very financially lucrative for the defendant and for anybody else who is associated with it, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So you would agree, sir, that you have a financial interest in the defendant being able to continue to tour where you can be his tour manager. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you ask it again? Threw me off.
Sure. Would you agree that you have a future financial interest in the defendant being able to perform and tour?
Yes, but it's not the majority of my income.
That's not what I asked.
Everything after you guess is true.
I apologize. Sorry.
Are you aware of the defendant having toured in Bangkok?
In Bangkok?
Yeah.
Yes.
When did that happen?
Last year in November, I believe we did the show.
In fact, you're aware that this trial was delayed so he could tour, correct?
Well, sustained, the objection sustained.
You just told me he rarely tours anymore. He just toured in Bangkok a couple of months ago, correct?
I wouldn't consider that a tour. A tour is multiple shows. That was one show. It was a one-off show.
Did you go?
Of course I would, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, you got paid for going, right?
Yes.
So do you agree that you have a financial interest in the defendant continuing to be able to tour?
Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to keep that yet. Yes.
So how much of your income, I'm not asking you what you make, but what percentage of your income is either directly or indirectly related to the defendant?
Currently, I would say 30%.
And what was it previously?
Previously, when?
Well, so you said currently it's 30%. You agree?
Like I said, it varies. It depends on how much he's toured. So when he tours, I can't accurately tell you because that's years ago when he was actually touring.
When he was actually touring, you were making more money. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, the more shows we do, the more I make, yeah.
And in fact, when you were his assistant, that's what he paid you, correct?
I'm sorry, when I was his assistant, I got paid, yes.
And that was your primary source of income, correct?
In 2010, yeah, that was.
So historically, the defendant has been an extremely important source of income for you. Is that right?
Yes, he's opened the door for me to have other opportunities aside from working directly from him to be able to further benefit financially. So I DJ on my own, like I said, not with him. I travel on my own. And recently, for the past couple of years, that's been the majority source of my income, yes.
And in terms of you being able to establish yourself as a DJ and your clothing brand, you have the defendant in large part to thank for that, don't you?
Sure, yes.
Now, I want to ask you, when did you first speak to the defense in this case?
In August of 2024.
So you're saying the very first time that you spoke to the defendant's lawyers was nearly 3 years after the incident?
That's correct.
Had you spoken to the defendant about this incident prior to that time?
Yeah.
Had you spoken to him numerous times about it?
More than once, sure, yeah.
So we're gonna go back to the very beginning. When did you first hear about this incident on November 6, 2020?
The next day?
And did you talk to the defendant about it?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did he tell you that he had pulled a prop gun on Relly?
Yes, he explained to me the situation of what happened on the night of November 6th.
And at that point in time, were you aware that Relly was already contacting the defendant and other members of his entourage, for lack of a better word, and basically demanding money?
I don't recall that specifically.
You became aware near the time of the incident that Relly wanted money, correct?
I can't recall that specifically. No, I know about the incident, but I don't know. He didn't contact me about wanting any money. So I don't know, I can't recall specifically if he did that.
Let me ask you something. Did you become aware at some point in time that Relly wanted money?
Yeah.
And did you become aware of that from the defendant?
To be honest, I think I became aware of it when everything came out in the media.
Wait, so you're saying you never had a conversation with the defendant back near this, when this event happened, about the victim wanting a bunch of money from him?
Like I said, sir, to be honest, I can't recall that specific conversation.
I'm not asking a specific conversation. I'm asking, did you have any conversation with the defendant who you described as your brother, a fellow ASAP, the person who you were his personal assistant? Did you have any conversation with him near the time of this event about what happened, the fact that Relly wanted money for it?
When you say the fact that Relly wanted money, like I said, I can't recall if we specifically spoke about that right around the time of the event.
When did you become aware that Relly wanted money?
I told you, I don't specifically recall, but I believe it may have been around when everything came out in the media.
And when you say everything coming out in the media, do you mean?
When the defendant was arrested.
And that's going to be in 2022, is that correct?
In April, I believe, yes.
And you're telling me that before that time, as far as you can remember, you didn't have any conversation with the defendant about what Relly wanted from him. Is that correct?
Like I said, sir, I cannot specifically remember.
So I'm asking you, sir, as you sit here, to the best of your memory, did you have any conversation with the defendant about Relly wanting money from him between the time the incident happened and the time that it became public in April 2022?
And again, I said I cannot specifically remember if we spoke about it around the time of the event.
When you say you cannot specifically remember, what do
I
you
cannot
remember?
recall. I recall him telling me about the event and how it happened on November 6th, the night. I can't remember him specifically saying Rel was trying to extort him for money.
So I want to go back to your conversations with the defense. You said that you first spoke to them in August 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was for approximately 90 minutes, correct?
Yes, I would say so.
And that was in what city?
It was in New York.
And who was present during that conversation?
It was Joe, Chad, and Eleanor.
Eleonora?
Eleanor, yeah, sorry. Pardon.
And did they have an investigator there monitoring or recording the proceedings?
No, it was just them and me.
Did you see them taping anything?
They were not taking anything.
Did you see them taking any notes?
They were not taking any notes.
Do you have any idea how they were in any way memorializing or even remembering what it was you were telling them during this 90-minute interview?
Objection, speculative.
I'm asking if you knows. What's that, Your Honor?
No, all right. The question calls for yes or no. It's over.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it one more time?
You said they were not recording.
Yes.
You said they were not taking notes.
Correct.
You said there was no investigator that was there monitoring.
Correct.
So I'm asking you, are you aware, do you know how they were keeping track of what you were saying during the interview?
Objection, speculation.
Ask if he knows. He's
On
in
that-
the interview.
On that ground,
And it seems a fact, on the other.
sustained.
You just testified they were not recording anything and they were not taking any notes, correct?
That is correct.
So I'm not asking you to speculate, so I'm asking, do you know, are you aware of how they were documenting and keeping track of what you were saying?
Objection.
You mean if they were?
Yes, if they were, yes, Your Honor.
I'm not aware.
You had a second interview with him when?
January 26th of this year.
January 26th. That would be approximately 6 days after this trial started. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, sure.
Have you seen, sir, the statement, the summary that they turned over of your total information that you provided them in this case? Have you seen it?
Yeah, you showed it to me this morning.
Would you agree, sir, that it is literally 9 bullet points?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
You testified on direct examination to a number of incidents and issues already. You talked about the fact that the prop gun was modeled after Glock 26, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that what you said about the prop gun in your prior statement was as follows? Rocky carried a prop gun after being the victim of prior violence and home invasions, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the
States
ground?
the evidence, not his prior statements.
Correct? This is what's been represented as your prior statement. Rocky carried a
Objection.
prior- This has been represented as a summary of your prior statement turned over in discovery pursuant to PC 1054.3. Is, sir, it says that you said Rocky carried a prop gun after being the victim of prior violence and home invasions. Is that what you said?
Yeah, this is what the summary says.
Did you provide any more detail than that to them?
In August of 24, I honestly, I can't completely, I mean, if they ask me for more details, then I did give them more details.
Mr. Levin, are you telling me you can't remember your ask about Rocky carrying a prop gun, and you mentioned prior violence and home invasions, and you were saying that you don't know if they asked you, hey, what prior violence, what home invasion? You don't remember that?
I don't want to misspeak, and like I said, I can't completely recall. This is 6-7 months ago.
Well, you just testified to information on direct examination. You would agree regarding home invasions and prior violence that is not in here, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you guys get another way? I apologize.
You just testified on direct examination. You were asked questions specifically about prior violence and home invasions, and you said, as an example, you saw video of a home invasion, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me where in your statement it mentions anything about a video of a home invasion?
Objection again, Your Honor. It's not in the statement.
What's the, can I get a ground, Your Honor?
Misleading.
Misleading.
ground, overruled.
Fine. Misstates the evidence.
It's a question, it's not misstating anything.
Objection's overruled.
Look, can you tell me where you see any information, sir, about having viewed videos of a home invasion?
Objection is irrelevant.
Overruled. Wait,
Irrelevant?
Not his statement.
sustained.
On what grounds?
It's not relevant what he sees on that piece of paper.
Did you tell them specifically about the information of viewing video of home invasions during your interview? Just tell them that.
Again, this is 6-7 months ago. I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to say yes. I don't want to say no, and I don't feel confident. I don't want to misspeak. I don't recall, sir. I'm sorry.
What about 2 weeks ago in January when you spoke to them? Did you talk to them about it then?
I believe so, yes.
Did you, sir, ever mention anything to them in any of your interviews about going to a shooting range or trying to go to a shooting range? The incident you just discussed on direct, did you tell them about that?
About the shooting range?
Yes.
Yes.
I want you to take a look and tell me if you see any mention of a shooting range in your statement.
Objection. Irrelevant. Your Honor, to say objection is.
I'm sorry, I was talking to Alex.
The question, Your Honor, I've asked him, he testified on direct regarding the shooting range incident, not being able to go there, what happened, how he went to the house, how the 9mm magazine was.
Right. What about that?
I'm asking him, he said, yes, I told them that information. I'm asking him, do you see that information in your statement?
The objection's, it's irrelevant what he sees on that piece of paper.
did you definitively go through with them, sir, that incident that you testified to on direct examination?
Did I go through with them in detail? No.
Well, what did you tell them about that incident? Was it just what you said on direct?
Did I exactly what I said on direct? I don't know if it was word for word.
Well, did you tell them in essence, sir, about that incident involving your attempt to go to the shooting range and how you ended up leaving a 9mm Glock 43 magazine at the defendant's home? Did you tell them that?
I told them that that was my magazine at the home, yes.
That's not what I asked.
Tracy, do you want to go, can we go another half hour, 45 minutes? I know it's, yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can
Go to 3?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't ask you if you mentioned that it was your magazine. I asked you, did you tell them about the incident, giving the detail that you just gave on direct examination? Did you tell them that?
What detail in specific is that?
You just on direct examination told you recited an alleged incident where you were going to go to the shooting range. You went over to the defendant's house with all of your guns and magazines, that you had some drinks, and then because you drank too much, you decided you were going to leave a magazine for a gun you didn't own at the defendant's home. Did you tell the defense that during your interview?
No, not in detail like that. I didn't rehearse it with them, if that's what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to
Okay.
say. I'm asking, did you tell them that?
I didn't tell them in detail like that, no.
Well, do you know then how they knew to ask you about it if you never told them?
About the I told them we were going to go to a shooting range.
Let me continue. Were you ever asked, sir, were you ever shown what I just showed you, those bullet points? Were you ever given that to the defense and said, hey, listen, Mr. Levin, does this accurately depict what you told us?
The first time I saw that piece of paper was this morning when you showed me.
Did they ever call you to go over your statement, to say, hey, listen, we've got to turn over your statement to the prosecution. We want to make sure we have everything. Did they ever do that?
No.
You said you have knowledge and experience with firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
You said you owned numerous firearms. Is that correct?
Correct.
You are currently a resident of California, have been a resident in California for many years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you understand there's a legal duty to register firearms in California. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that you have a history of complying with the law and registering your firearms. Is that right?
When I buy my firearms, I buy them at a licensed dealer, yes.
And you were aware, sir, before you ever took the stand today, you were aware that the Glock 43 magazine that you allegedly gave to the defendant.
I didn't give it to him. I left it at his house.
That you left there.
Yes.
You were aware, sir, that you did not have a registered gun that would fit that magazine, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And in fact, isn't it true, Mr. Levin, that you understood that because you did not have a registered gun that would fit that magazine, that you had to come up with a story to explain how it was that not only you left a magazine at the defendant's house without a firearm to go with it, but also why you had that magazine in the first place. Is that correct?
I'm not
Objection, argumentative. It's cross-examination.
I didn't have to come up with a story as the truth.
And when is it your position that you first told the defense the details that you just described about having brought that magazine over with your gun, having had the drinks, and having left it there? When did you first tell the defense about that?
Like I said, with the full I told him in August that that was my magazine at his house. The full details of that, I can't believe, I can't remember exactly when I told him the full details of the story.
Well, you only talked to him twice, you said, right?
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you tell him that on January 26th?
we didn't get into details. They just asked me about the shooting range incident and why the magazine was there.
Wait, how did they ask you about a shooting range incident when you'd never told them to about the shooting range?
I told you I had told them about it.
So you told them about the shooting range incident back in August of 2024.
Well, yes, I believe so.
And your testimony is that they, even though you told them about it, they didn't ask for any details. Is that correct?
In August of 24, I can't accurately remember. I don't want to misspeak, sir.
Good. Come up one second.
Say again?
We just come up one second.
Now,
Hold on. Off the record? Off? All right.
Jurors, parties, and counsel are present. Mr. Williams is on the stand. Mr. Stewart.
Just whether you have testified that you have experience in knowledge of prop guns.
Well, I handle the prop gun, and I know how it works. I've never fired a prop gun, but I understand how it works.
You've seen a prop gun fired, though, correct?
Have I seen one fire in person? No.
You've seen a prop gun either fired in person, in a video.
Oh, in a video or a movie? Yeah, of course, yeah.
And you would agree that a prop gun, it cannot fire an actual projectile, agree?
That's correct.
And would you also agree that because it can't fire a projectile, it has no ability to, for instance, to protect somebody if the other guy has a real gun? Would you agree?
I'm sorry, can you ask that a different way, please?
So, let's say you pull out a prop gun. There's no bullet that can be fired from that prop gun. And someone in response pulls out a real gun. You would agree, real gun versus prop gun, not good for the person who has a prop gun, agree?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
You understand that in this case, you have said that the defendant was possessing the prop gun because he had been advised by you and a security person as a result of home invasions and stalking and a violent situation where he's been stabbed to carry a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree, I want to give you the following scenario. An individual has a prop gun in their possession. Somebody threatens them. The person who has the prop gun takes out that prop gun. Would you agree, Mr. Levin, that in such a scenario, if the individual they pull the prop gun on, at that point in time, if that person does not know it's a prop gun, that when the individual pulling the prop gun is pulling it out, if the other person has a real gun, the person prop gun is going to be in trouble. Would you agree?
Objection, Your Honor. It's an effective, hypothetical.
Sustain.
If someone's got a prop gun and they run up against somebody with a real gun, and that person with the real gun sees that prop gun being pulled on them, you would agree that in that situation, based on what you know about firearms, that the person with the prop gun is likely going to get shot.
Objection, same one.
Sustain.
I want to give you a scenario, sir. You carry firearms, correct?
That's not correct. I do not carry, I'm not licensed to carry a firearm in public.
You're in your house. You're in your home. You have multiple firearms, correct?
Correct.
Somebody comes in that you don't know, and they have a prop gun. But you don't know it's a prop gun. They just pull a gun on you. Would you agree, sir, that when someone pulls a gun on you, you're going to treat that as if it is a real firearm?
I mean, it depends on like this. There's other factors in the scenario that I would need to like know. I can't just really speak on that just like that.
So you're in your house, and someone is coming in, an intruder, and you don't know them, and they have a gun in their hand that looks like a real firearm. And you're saying, I don't know if I would consider it a real firearm. Might be a prop gun. Is that your testimony?
Well, no, I'm saying there's other factors that would be in it. If someone came into my home and was pointing a gun at me, and I believed it to be a real gun, most likely I would comply with what they wanted. Because if I thought it was a real gun and I went to go pull out a gun, in the motion of me trying to pull a gun out, they would possibly gun me down.
And would you agree that if somebody is pulling a gun, and you don't know in advance that it is definitely a prop gun, you're going to assume it's a real gun, correct?
Yes.
Now, your testimony is that the defendant was advised that he should be carrying a prop gun, not to protect himself against individuals who knew that he carried a prop gun, but to protect himself against individuals he did not know, like home invaders, stalkers, violent people, correct?
It was just to fight off any type of violence that could come from, not any specific.
And when you say fight off,
Deter from violence.
meaning pull a fake gun out of your pocket.
Lower the volume.
Pull a fake gun out of your pocket. And that's what you mean by fighting off?
I mean, it was there to deter violence. So if he was in a situation where he was going to be harmed, it could be there something possibly to calm things down and safely get him out of a bad situation.
Would you agree that just as likely would be you pull that prop gun and the person you pull it on pulls a real gun and shoots you?
I can't speak on that. I mean, it's...
Let me ask you this, sir. It's your position that everybody around the defendant knew that he carried a prop gun, correct?
His close friends, yes.
And you have heard testimony that Relly was aware that he carried a prop gun, correct?
I didn't hear any other testimony.
I want you to assume that there's been testimony in this case by the defense that Relly was aware that it was a prop gun that the defendant was carrying. I want you to assume that. Would you agree that if Relly knew that the gun was a prop gun, that it would not offer any deterrent if it were pulled on him because he would know it was fake?
I can't speak to his state of mind in the situation.
Listen to me. I'm not asking you, I'm saying anybody. I want you to assume for a moment, I'll give you, do it in hypothetical terms, all right? I want you to assume that the individual who is pulling the prop gun is pulling it against somebody who knows that it is a prop gun. Would you agree that the only value of the prop gun is if you could scare or intimidate somebody into thinking that it is real?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Objection, Your Honor. What's the state of mind of another?
That's not even a legal objection.
Right, speculation.
He said he's a...
I'm reading back the question. Listen to me, I'm not asking you, I'm saying anybody. I want you to assume for a moment, I'll do it in hypothetical terms, all right? I want you to assume that the individual who is pulling the prop gun is pulling it against somebody who knows that it is a prop gun. Would you agree that the only value of the prop gun is if you can scare or intimidate somebody into thinking that it is real?
Speculation. Would you agree, Mr. Levin, that if an individual understands that a fake gun you're pulling is fake and not real, then that gun doesn't have any value for deterrence?
Objection. Same objection.
Same way. So, there's been testimony in this case by the defense that, again, Relly was aware that this was a prop gun. Are you aware that the defense in this case, Mr. Levin, is that the defendant pulled the prop gun on Relly to stop him from attacking Hills? Are you aware that that's the defense?
Yes.
Okay, and my question is, given your knowledge of firearms and given your advice to the defendant about carrying a prop gun, would you agree that if Relly knows it is a prop gun, that the theory that you have raised about why the defendant is carrying a prop gun doesn't work?
Objection, Your Honor. Same as before, speculation.
Overruled, as phrased, overruled.
Well, no, so the prop gun, like I said, it makes a loud noise, so that's going to draw attention and possibly draw police to come. So if he's beating up Ills and nothing is going, and he's not stopping, nothing's stopping him, that loud noise is going to draw a lot of attention from all people around, and it's going to help deter the situation.
Would you agree that if a prop gun is used, that there is no reason for the person pulling the prop gun to aim the gun down or to fire, quote, a warning shot, because in the end, the gun can't fire a shot, period? Would you agree?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
You testify, you understand how a prop gun works, correct?
Yes.
Can you fire a warning shot with a prop gun?
Well, I think they're kind of all warning shots. There's no actual shot bullet that comes out, no projectile.
So you would agree that you can't fire a warning shot with a prop gun because you can't fire a shot, period. All you can do is fire off the prop gun and have it make noise. Would you agree?
That's correct. It doesn't fire a projectile.
Would you agree that if you have a real gun with bullets, and you point it at somebody, and you pull the trigger, that there is a likelihood that that person gets shot? Would you agree?
With an actual firearm?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you agree that the idea of a warning shot with a real firearm is that you are pointing the gun in a direction and pulling the trigger where no one is going to be hit, so as to warn the individual, hey, I've got this gun, and if you don't stop what you're doing, I'm going to shoot you. Would you agree?
Objection, speculation, sustained.
Would you agree, Mr. Levin, that in firing a shot with a prop gun, that there would be no reason to aim the gun towards the ground because the gun can't fire anything?
Objection, speculation.
Where's the speculation?
Sustained.
On speculation?
Yes. You want to argue with me?
I'd like to broach.
No.
No, I'm trying to have, to do a very important area, and I'm not understanding.
What this witness thinks is the efficacy of a prop gun versus a real gun, what his opinion is irrelevant. Go on to another
Just
section.
so clear, I'm doing it for his credibility in front of the jury, which is relevant.
You've already touched on it enough. Go on to something else.
Have you seen the video involving this incident?
I saw the one that was on TNT when he first got arrested, whenever it was posted.
So how many times have you seen the video?
Maybe twice.
You're saying in 3+ years since this incident involving your brother, one of your best friends, a man you work for, that you have only looked at the video of this charged crime a couple of times?
Yes.
In that video, would you agree, I can show it to you, in that video, would you agree that between shots that the defendant is running around with his gun out and appears to be looking for a line of fire to hit the victim?
Objection, irrelevant. Sustained.
You've given testimony about the current location of the prop gun and how you went to New York and who you gave it to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That wasn't in the statement that you reviewed with 12 bullet points, was it?
The one that you showed me with the 9 bullet points earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't in there, correct.
And it's your testimony, though, that you told the defense about this back in August of 2024.
Yes.
And the individual that you returned the gun to, are they alive?
They are. I gave you the info earlier. Well, we talked about it earlier. Yeah.
I'm just saying, they're alive.
That's correct, yes.
Do you know where that gun is today?
Specifically, no. Like I said, when I went to New York, I gave it back to him.
Well, so since you became involved, since you've known about where that gun went, since you gave it back, at some point in time, did you become aware that, you know what, the fact that it's a prop gun is important in this case?
Yes.
And you understand that if it's a prop gun, the defendant cannot be guilty of the charges because it's not a real gun. You understand that, correct?
That's correct. It's a problem.
So what efforts did you make in the last 3 years to try to get that prop gun back so that you could demonstrate, hey, my brother, he didn't do this crime? Did you make any efforts?
Yeah, I asked the co-director if he had it still, and he doesn't.
When did you ask him?
Specifically, I don't remember, sir.
Now, isn't it true, sir, that you testified you returned it in January of 2022?
That's correct, yes.
Did it seem strange to you that you were returning a gun?
A prop gun.
Huh?
A prop gun?
Is a prop gun a gun?
It's a prop gun.
So when I say gun, you don't need to correct me.
Okay.
When you return the gun, in January of 2022, by that time, you were aware that your friend Rocky was potentially going to be getting in some trouble as it relates to that incident, correct?
No, I was not aware of that.
So, but you certainly knew 3 months later in April, correct?
Yes, when he got arrested, I knew he was.
And you knew that day, as soon as you heard about it, you knew, oh my God, I've got information, that gun's not real, correct? You knew that day.
Yes.
Did you go get the gun?
I was in LA. The gun, like I said, I gave it to the director in New York in January.
Did you make an effort to try to get the gun?
I told you I contacted him to see if he still had it.
When did you contact him?
And again, I don't recall the exact dates there. This is 3 years ago.
Isn't it true, sir, that you didn't contact him for more than a year?
Sir, to be honest, I don't know the exact date I contacted him.
Well, let me ask you something, sir. Wouldn't you have instantly, the day you heard about the defendant getting arrested, wouldn't you have jumped on a plane to get back there and find that prop gun that would have gotten your brother out of the trouble that he was in? Wouldn't you have done it?
Sir, I contacted the director. I don't know exactly when to see if he had it. He doesn't have it anymore.
And so you just did you ask him what he did with it?
Yes.
Did you investigate further once he told you?
No, I didn't. I mean, he doesn't have it anymore. I don't know which one is it.
Did you go to the police and tell them what you knew?
No.
Did you go to the prosecution and tell them what you knew?
No.
You're aware that he had a preliminary hearing in November of 2023. You're aware of that preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
You knew it was publicized in the media, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You knew that based at that time, that your brother, your close friend, could not have committed this crime because it wasn't a real gun, and you didn't do anything, did you?
I knew it was a prop gun.
Does you yourself, knowing it's a prop gun, does that help your brother with his legal problem if you don't tell anybody?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
You said you knew it was a prop gun.
Yes.
My question is, you understand the police, the prosecution, and the court needs to understand it's a prop gun in order for you to help him, right?
Yeah, nobody contacted me from the police or the courts. Nobody contacted me until like 2 weeks ago about the police or the
Wait,
courts.
would you, sir, have had every incentive, every motive, every desire to contact the police and the prosecution to tell them, hey, my buddy, my close friend, my brother Rocky is innocent. That was a fake gun. Wouldn't you have had every motivation to do that?
I knew that this was going to court, and I knew I would have my time to speak about it here to the jury.
Well, so you decided you would wait, have your brother held to answer, have him brought to trial in front of 12 jurors, rather than simply going to the police and prosecutors and telling them, hey, listen, that was a fake gun. Is that your testimony?
Like I said, I knew that this case was going to trial, and I would have my opportunity to speak here in front of the jury and explain it.
I want to ask you again.
Okay.
Did you understand that by not coming forward, that you were putting your brother, your best friend, in more legal jeopardy? Did you understand that?
No, I didn't. I didn't understand that. I didn't. No.
So, you were present on April 20th, 2022, when a search warrant was served at Mr. Mayer's residence, correct?
I wasn't present when it was served, but I was there during the search, yes.
You were there when they were doing the search, correct?
Correct, yes.
The police, correct?
Yes.
The police, the detectives handling this case, correct?
Correct.
That man seated right in the back. Can you stand up for me, detective? You saw him at the defendant's house, correct?
That's correct.
On pointing the IO in this case? Did you walk up to him and say to him, detective, it was a prop gun. That's not right. He didn't do anything. Did you tell the detective that?
At that time, I didn't know any details of the case. I just got a phone call saying that there was a search warrant being done at his house and I should go over there to just be there. I wasn't aware of any of the details of the case. This was early in the morning. I was just getting out of bed. I didn't know that he was being charged for, I didn't know what he was being charged for.
Didn't you already testify, sir, that you had talked to Rocky the day after the incident happened and you knew that he had used prop gun?
Correct.
So you're telling me that when the detectives are showing up, serving a search warrant, that you had no idea what it was related to?
I didn't know that this was going to be, it was going to a criminal case until that day.
So when it was that day and the detective is there, you wouldn't have had to call him, you wouldn't have had to go down there. He's right there and you could have told him it was a prop gun. You could have done that, correct?
I didn't know the details of everything that was going on at that time, sir. I didn't know what was...
Listen to my question. Could you have told the detective on that day it was a prop gun, it wasn't real? Could you have done that?
When I was speaking to the detective,
Yes.
I could have told him, but I didn't have any details of what was going on, sir. It wasn't, at that time, I
Most
didn't
is
know.
right, everything after yes. Did you tell him it was a prop gun?
Did I tell him it was a prop gun on that day?
Yes.
No.
Now, you were also aware, on that day, you were aware that they collected evidence, correct? You were there supporting your friend, is that right?
I was aware they collected evidence.
By the way, you said you got called when they were serving the search warrant. Who called you?
It was somebody that was on the plane with him. I can't remember exactly who it was that day.
Well, so
It was like 7 in the morning. I was just waking up to just, hey, you have to go over to Rocky's house. They're going to search the house. And I just jumped in my car. I didn't ask questions. I just went.
why would you have to go over to Rocky's house when you're serving a search warrant at Rocky's for something that doesn't involve you?
Well, I've worked with him for a long time, and I actually sometimes manage his property, so I'm able to get access to the house. I have keys, so I could have opened the door instead of them busting the gate open and running the door down. I mean, and if they needed anything in there, I was just there. You know, we have nothing to hide, so I was there if they needed anything. Even at one point, they needed to get into a safe, and I'm so sorry.
What's that?
I'm so sorry.
Slow it down.
I'll slow it down. I
Slow it
apologize.
down.
So you go over to the house and you are there when they are collecting guns, correct?
I was outside the whole time, so I didn't see exactly what they were collecting.
You became aware on that day or shortly thereafter that detectives did not find a prop gun, correct?
Well, yeah, there was no prop gun in the house
So how did you know there was no prop gun in the house?
because on January of that year, I brought it back to New York for the guy to testify.
How did you know there was no other prop gun in the house?
They could have been in the prop gun in the house. I didn't know, but I know that that prop gun was back in New York.
Okay, so you also know that the detectives recovered that Glock 43 9mm magazine, correct?
Yes, I know now they did, correct.
And it's your testimony that that was actually your magazine, am I correct?
That's correct.
And it's your testimony that even though you do not own a Glock 43, that you bought a 380, correct?
I bought a Glock 42, yes.
Which is a 380,
380 caliber,
correct?
that's correct.
380 cannot fire 9mm rounds, correct?
That's correct.
And your testimony is that when you bought it, you somehow inadvertently got the wrong magazine. Is that right?
I mistakenly bought the wrong magazine.
And you
Correct.
didn't realize it was the wrong magazine until literally the day you went over to Rocky's house to end up in preparation for going to the shooting range, correct?
That's correct.
And because you did not know that it was anything other than a 380, right, a Glock 42 magazine that fired 380 caliber ammunition, correct? You didn't find that out until you go to the house and you're like, oh my God, this is the wrong gun, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually try to put it inside of your Glock 42, your 380?
No, what I was trying to do is I was trying to load it, and I noticed when I put the 380 ammunition in, it was a little too small. It wasn't fitting correctly.
So, Mr. Levin, if you were only using 380 ammunition, and if you're trying to put 380 ammunition, how is it that that magazine was full of 9mm ammunition?
I also own a Smith & Wesson M&P 9, which is 9mm. I brought both of my handguns that day, so I was loading up my Smith & Wesson magazines with 9mm, and I'm so sorry, I'm going too fast. I was loading up my Smith & Wesson magazines with 9mm, and my Glock 42 magazines with 380. So I had both ammunitions on that day.
Now, you're well aware that a Glock magazine looks nothing like a Smith & Wesson magazine, correct?
Yeah, correct.
They look nothing alike, correct?
That's correct.
So my question is, how is it that that Glock magazine, which you thought was to hold .380 ammunition, ended up being loaded with 9mm ammunition? How did that happen?
When I realized the 380 didn't fit, I tried the 9mm in there, and it fit. And then I further inspected it and realized it was a 43 magazine.
So, by the way, so you're telling me you then needed to figure out what kind of magazine it was. And so you decided to put a 9mm round inside the magazine, correct?
Yes.
So, sir, as soon as you put one 9mm round in the magazine, you know it's not for a 380. Why is it fully loaded with approximately 6 rounds of ammunition? A full Glock 43 magazine, full of 9mm ammo.
Because after we realized we weren't going to the gun range, and I packed everything up, I was just fidgeting with it. At that time, I had just first got guns, and sometimes I would sit there and I would load it and unload magazines just fidgeting around.
So, you loaded a magazine for a gun you didn't have with ammunition you didn't know went into it, and then when it fit, you fully loaded it all the way. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Because you were, quote, fidgeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does that sound reasonable to you?
Objection argument. Sustained.
Isn't it true, sir, that this information about the Glock 43 magazine is what is called a lie? That it never happened, that you never took over a Glock 43 magazine there, that you never tried to load it with 380 ammunition, and then in fact...
Compound. It's really compound.
Wait, the objection was?
Well, he's in the middle of arguing that it's argumentative. There are a number of questions that you're asking. So you're asking question after question after question. So why don't you limit it to one question at a time?
I'm trying to, in totally wrong, because I believe it would go to the future of the witness, but I'll take it one at a time, and I'll do it total. So, your testimony. I'll be clear. Let me back up for a second. When you bought a Glock before, you bought a Glock 42, correct?
That's correct.
You agree that when you buy a new Glock, it always comes with 2 magazines, correct?
I didn't buy it new, I bought it used. I bought it secondhand from somebody.
You ever bought a new weapon?
Brand new? No. All of my firearms were bought like through secondhand.
When you buy them secondhand, sir, wouldn't you agree? I assume when you bought your 380 secondhand, it came with 2 magazines, correct?
I don't believe so. It just came with one.
You said you know a lot about firearms, correct?
Yeah, I'm knowledgeable.
Is it your testimony that in your experience, that when you buy a new firearm, that generally speaking, that firearm only comes with 1 magazine?
Objection irrelevant. Sustained.
Sir, isn't it true that the reason that that 9mm magazine was at the defendant's house was because he had a 9mm firearm, a Glock 43, that he used in this shooting of Relly, and that was simply the second magazine that he forgot to get rid of? Isn't that what happened, sir?
No.
As a firearms owner in California, you would agree that it is very difficult, and it has been difficult, to get ammunition in California since 2019. Would you agree?
Yeah, in 2020, I know it was a shortage and prices were going up, but it was difficult at some points, correct?
Not only a shortage, but you would agree that you have to actually, that at the time of this offense in 2021, you would agree you needed approval from the Department of Justice, as well as a California driver's license, or a California ID and a local address to purchase ammunition in California, correct?
I don't know about approval, but whenever I bought ammunition, all I had to do is show my driver's license. So that was a California driver's license with an address, yes.
So would you agree that if you don't have, in your experience, if you don't have a California driver's license or a California address, you're just going in to a gun shop to try to get ammunition, then in your experience, you can't do it in California?
I believe so, yeah, that's what I understand, or
Yeah.
at least then, yes.
Do you know of a place to buy ammunition near Hollywood on a Saturday evening after 10 p.m.?
No, I don't know any places.
Who is ASAP Bills?
ASAP Bills is a member of the ASAP group collective.
When's the last time you saw him?
Last year at some point, I want to say maybe November, September. I can't remember the exact date.
When's the last time you had any contact with him? Person, text, you tried to reach him? When's the last time?
Probably around the time I saw him.
Did he travel with you guys on tour to Bangkok?
No, he did not.
You guys were all friends at the time of the incident in November 2021. You, the defendant, Twelvyy, and Ills, right?
Yes, correct.
And you would say close friends, correct?
Yeah.
You went to Complex Con on November 7th, correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice any injuries on Ills?
Not that I can see.
What do you think? You know Relly, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe Relly in terms of his physical strength as, kind of a weakling, medium, or pretty strong dude?
No, I would say him pretty strong.
And I want you to assume that he had punched somebody with a fist in their face area 3 times. Knowing Relly as you do, would you expect that an individual will receive injuries from that, since you know Relly?
Not necessarily. I can't say that. I've seen boxers before get punched in the face multiple times and look fine. Like, I guess it just depends on the person.
You didn't see Ills with any injuries, though, the night of November 7th, did you?
I wasn't studying his face, but I didn't see any visible injuries.
If he would have been bleeding, do you think you would have seen that?
Bleeding that day? Or bleeding that day?
Bleeding. Objection. Yes. If he would have been bleeding on November 7th.
He's going to clarify.
If you've been bleeding on November 7th, do you think you would have seen it?
Not necessarily.
You were with Ills, the defendant, and Twelvyy on November 7th, correct?
Correct.
You spoke to the defendant on November 6th after the incident, correct?
I don't know if it was after the incident or the next day, but it was shortly after, yeah, around that time.
When you spoke to him, did he tell you that Relly beat the hell out of Ills?
I don't know if he used those exact words, but they got into an altercation, yes.
What did he tell you specifically about the altercation with Ills?
This is 4 years ago. I can't remember specific word for word, but I was told that he was beating up Ills.
Did you reveal that in any statement you gave?
I wasn't there that night, so I wasn't really asked about what happened that night.
So you're telling me the defense didn't ask you, what did Rocky tell you about what happened that night? They never asked you that?
To be honest, in August, they didn't ask me that. Like I said, I wasn't there that night, so it's really not, I can't really accurately speak on what happened.
As you sit here right now, I want you to tell me, as best you can, everything that the defendant has ever told you about this incident. I'm not asking you when, I'll get to that, but I want to know everything that he has told you about this incident.
He mentioned after the rehearsal, on the 6th in Long Beach, he went to go meet up with Rel. They got into an altercation. Well, he got into an altercation with Ills. Rel was being the aggressor, and he had used the prop gun to kind of stop it, to calm it down.
Did he tell you that he was upset with Relly beforehand and was trying to meet up with him?
No.
Did you become aware at any point in time that he had been texting Relly, meaning the defendant, trying to meet up with him?
No.
Did you become aware that he had brought his prop gun, allegedly, to this meeting with Relly.
Well, yeah,
Did he ever tell you, you ever ask him, hey, why are you bringing a prop gun with you when you're meeting with another ASAP?
I don't think he brought it just.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Stop yelling.
I'm sorry, Ryan?
Stop your yelling.
Motion to
You
strike.
can just make the motion and state the reason, you don't have to yell. Now, what was the objection?
It's non-responsive. He's given an answer I didn't ask for. Listen to my question.
Yes.
I didn't ask you why the defendant told you something. I asked you what he told you. So on my questions going forward, I'm not going to ask you why the defendant told you something because you wouldn't know. I'm asking you what did he tell you. So I want to know, what did he specifically tell you about why he brought a prop gun to meet with his friend Relly?
He didn't specifically say he brought it to meet with Relly. Whenever he would leave the house without security, he would bring it with him.
And you're aware of that because you had counseled him to do that, is that correct?
I didn't counsel him to do that. It was just something that he did. It was common knowledge.
I thought you told me that you and the security guy sat down with him and said, hey,
Yeah, we
listen.
thought it would be a good idea, yes. So I don't know if that's counseling him to do it. I mean, maybe I just misunderstanding the word, but yes, me and security at the time, we had thought it was a good idea for him to carry it, and that's what, to my knowledge, that's why he was carrying it. When he would leave the house, if he didn't have the security with him, he would carry that.
And so you said, that's what he's told you. What else has he said about the incident?
I told you everything that he told me.
So in the 3+ years that this has happened, the only thing that he has told you is what you just related?
Yes.
You never asked any other details?
No, I didn't ask any other details.
Do you ever call Relly and ask him what happened?
I don't have at that time, me and Relly weren't really on speaking terms.
Did you ever ask Twelvyy what happened?
No.
You ever ask Ills what happened?
No.
So you're telling me that 4 guys that you at one point were very close to, including Rocky, who you worked for and was responsible for a lot of your income and success, get into an altercation where at the very least a prop gun is pulled, and you're telling me you never asked 2 of the participants, Ills and Twelvyy, anything about it ever? Is that your testimony?
I honestly, yes, I never asked them about it. When the defendant told me.
Motion to strike everything after the yes.
Sorry.
Is it your testimony that you were unable to get the gun back from the individual in New York, or is it your testimony that you never tried?
I was unable to get it.
What efforts did you make to try to get the gun back from the individual in New York?
I asked him if he still had it.
And when he told you that he didn't, did you make any further effort to track down where it was?
I don't know what other further effort I could have made.
But did you ask him what did he do with it?
I asked him where it was and he said it's gone.
Did he give you a name of who he gave it to?
He didn't. He doesn't know where it went. To my understanding, is he has a studio right in New York that him and his other creatives they all use. It's like a studio where they keep camera equipment, they keep lighting equipment, they keep prop equipment. It's kind of like a common space, so someone can come in and borrow a camera, borrow a prop for different shoots, and it got misplaced, it got stolen. He said stuff gets missing all the time.
You are aware, sir, that this morning we were finally given the name of the individual that you are saying that you gave the gun to in New York, correct?
Correct.
Objection to relevant charge.
The court has made a ruling on this previously, Your Honor.
Objection overruled.
Are you aware that we called that individual this morning and spoke to him?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that individual, if asked, what happened to the gun, his response would have been, I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant. It's actually
I can play it, Your
It's
Honor, if you'd like. The court made certain rulings.
The objection is sustained. Do you recall the other day I talked about speaking objections, arguing?
I do.
Remember that? Do you remember that?
I do.
All right, I'm keeping track of every speaking objection that is made, every argument with the witness, arguing with me. I'm keeping track of all that. He made an objection. I sustained it. Go on, to the next question.
Have you asked this individual directly for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
Like I said, I don't know what happened to the gun after the prop
The
gun.
motion to strike is non-responsive.
He's already answered the question. He doesn't know.
No, that's not what I asked, Your Honor.
Read it back.
Have you asked this individual directly for the name of the person that he gave the gun
Oh,
to?
all right. No, that's fair.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony. He didn't say he gave it.
Over.
Have you asked him for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
That, wait, that is not what he has testified to.
Your Honor, he testified.
He said he didn't give it to, he gave it to the person who he got it from.
And I've asked him if he asked the person that he gave it to.
Oh, I see, okay, all right, I got the question, all right.
Have you asked the person that you gave it to, the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
I don't. I asked him if he still had it, and he said no. I didn't ask him. He didn't. When I spoke to him about it, he didn't know where it went. So I know I didn't ask him who he gave it to because I wasn't aware he gave it to anybody.
But, so when he said no, you didn't ask any further question or make any further effort to find out where the gun was. Is that
I
correct?
asked him if we could get it back, and he said no, it was gone.
Did you ask him any further question? Yes or no?
No.
I want to go to my last area here. I want to talk about prop gun. You're aware that when a prop gun is fired, a semi-automatic prop gun, that although nothing comes out of the barrel, that it has a prop load, correct?
Can you? What is a prop load?
So when you load a prop gun, a semi-automatic prop gun, you're putting prop rounds in a magazine.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
And the gun that you're talking about that you gave the defendant was a Glock semi-automatic prop gun, correct?
Correct.
And the way that gun works is the gun is fired. When it is fired, a cartridge ejects out of the side and the next round cycles. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Did you actually load the prop gun?
Yes.
What kind of ammunition did you use to load the prop gun?
It was the blank ammunition that came with it. I don't remember exactly what brand it was.
But you would agree it's a 9mm prop ammo. So it's a round, but instead of being, let me use what we got here. May I approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to ask.
This is a 9mm hollow point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
You know what a hollow point is, right?
Yes.
Hollow point at the tip, it's not fully jacketed. It doesn't come to a complete surface. It's got a hole in it. Is that
I
correct?
get the point is hollow. Yes. Correct.
And when this round is fired, the casing, which is in the back, ejects out the side and the bullet goes forward, right?
In a live gun, yes.
Yes. And the difference between this round, which is a real 9mm round, and what you loaded, is that instead of having a bullet, a projectile at the tip that fires, it actually has what is in essence a paper bullet, and it doesn't go anywhere, and nothing comes out of the barrel. Is that correct?
It's like crimped at the end, so it can't actually fire anything. Yeah.
But it makes the sound, correct?
It does.
And it ends up putting out a muzzle flash, correct?
Yeah.
And it ejects the expended casing out of the side, correct?
That's correct.
So when you fire it, no bullet comes out, cartridge gets ejected, the gun automatically, semi-automatic, cycles the next round into the chamber, and you repeat for as many live rounds as you have. Is that correct?
Yep, correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding of how a prop gun works, correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Did you only communicate with the defendant by his cell phone number? I'm not going to give it, but you know the cell phone number that's been involved in this case, correct?
Yeah, it's all
I'm not going to name his cell phone number. Is that the only number that you communicated with?
With the defendant?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you ever communicate with him on other apps, such as Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat?
With the defendant?
Yes.
No, the only other thing I might have communicated with him is through like, you know how you could iMessage, you could like send iMessages with your email sometimes? I might have used his email to message him before, but never Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat.
Let me approach. This is People's 21. Is this the iMessage that you're talking about addressed to
Yep,
Luigi?
yeah, that's the one, yeah.
And when we say Luigi, that's another name for the defendant, is that right?
No one calls him Luigi, it's just an email address he made.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. How long before the search warrant was executed at the house in April of 2022, at the defendant's house, was it that you had brought over your guns and where you had left the Glock 43 magazine?
That was in, like I said, we went to the shooting range. Well, we were gonna go to the shooting range in summer of 2021. So July, August. I don't remember the exact date, but it was in that vicinity.
And you brought a number of guns there, is that right?
That day, I brought my 2 handguns.
And which handgun did you bring?
Smith & Wesson M&P 9, which is a 9mm, and Glock 42, which is a 380.
Okay. Do you know how it was that you ended up only leaving a Glock 43 magazine that didn't fit any of those guns there? How you managed to leave it there?
Well, because when we realized we couldn't go to the shooting range, I packed up my bag and I left the Glock 43 magazine out while we were drinking and just hanging out. That's when I was fidgeting around with it. The next day when I went to go pick up my stuff, I just grabbed the bag and I didn't grab the magazine because it was separate from my bag.
So it's your testimony that you have to be just fidgeting with this magazine that you had that didn't fit any gun that you had with you that you thought was a different magazine. Is that your testimony?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, I'm nothing further.
Siegel, thank you.
So listen, you were asked if you found out that immediately after the incident, Relly demanded money from Rocky. If you were, let me withdraw that. You were asked if you found out immediately after the incident that Relly demanded money from Rocky. If you were coming in here just to keep, to help Rocky instead of telling the truth, would you have just come in here and said, yes, Rocky, let me withdraw that. Let me ask it this way. Mr. Levin asked you if Rocky told you immediately after the incident that he was being extorted by Relly, and you said, no, you didn't know immediately after. If you were coming in here just to help Rocky, wouldn't you have said, yeah, he told me immediately after?
And speculation both.
He gets to finish the question.
Even if it's leading?
He gets to finish the question. Finish the question.
Thank you. If you were coming in here just to help Rocky, would you have answered his question that yes, Rocky told you immediately after the incident that Relly was trying to extort you?
Leading and speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, you were asked about why you didn't come forward and tell the prosecutors and the detectives that it was a prop gun. Are you aware that Rocky told his lawyers from the outset that it was a prop
Objection,
gun?
that's going to call for
and his lawyers
speculation.
were
And
dealing
it's
with
an
the
improper
prosecution?
question.
Stop. It is. It calls for hearsay and it's irrelevant. The objection is sustained. Ask another question.
Do you know what conversations Rocky's had with his lawyers? about
Objection,
prop gun?
relevance, also going to call for hearsay.
Okay.
Motion to direct the counsel not to ask any questions in this line.
You feel a question is objectionable, lodge an objection. I'm not going to tell any lawyer how to ask questions.
I want to show you People's 41 in evidence. What is that?
That is the Glock 43 magazine that I left at his house that day.
Do you see any scratches on that at all?
Can I touch it?
Any tear? Yeah, please.
No, it looks brand new.
Has it ever been used?
That's going to call for speculation.
Sustain.
How's it look to you?
It looks unused and brand new.
Now, you were asked about the ASAP ills on cross-examination. Do you know the condition of ills today?
From my knowledge, he's unwell.
Objection, that's going to call for speculation and hearsay.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking too fast.
Round back to foundation.
Now, you were asked about what Rocky told you about the incident repeatedly. Did Rocky tell you about it immediately after it happened?
Yes.
And was this an everyday topic of discussion in your life?
The incident?
Yeah.
No.
And do you know whether Rocky was told by his lawyers after his arrest
Objection.
not to discuss the
Objection.
incident?
Sustain.
Your Honor, can the jury be instructed to ignore that question has been asked 3
Questions
times?
are not evidence. All right. Mr. Siegel, I don't want you to ask any more questions about conversations that you or Mr. Tacopina had with your client.
Okay,
No
fair
more
enough.
questions about that.
I have no more questions about anything else. Finished. Thank you
All right.
very much.
Anything?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good, thanks.
Mr. Lewin? Wait, whoa,
I
whoa,
apologize. I'm sorry.
hold
So
on.
sorry. So sorry.
You have anything?
No, I do not. Subject to
Sorry.
recall.
All right, you can leave for now, but if you're notified to return, you must do so.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Next witness. How much time? We still have it at 55 minutes. You tell me how much time.
We'll just shoot that.
Oh, no, I understand. All right. All right, we'll recess till 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Your Honor, may we approach?
I'll listen to what you have to say after the jury's gone.
Well, we need to approach before the jury's released, Your Honor. This has to do with delaying. This
All
has
right,
to do with.
come on up, let me hear what you got to say.
Is this going to be on the record?
Yes.
Okay, hang on.
10 o'clock tomorrow, please be outside the courtroom doors. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Remember to keep an open mind. You have not heard everything and you are not yet deliberating. Don't review anything or don't look at anything on the electronic media or print media, and we'll see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir. I'm briefly, I just following up on what we discussed. If hypothetically, or hypothetically, if he chooses not to testify tomorrow, let you know that. One witness we have should be remaining long. If we could get the instructions done tonight or email us tonight, is there a reason we wouldn't do the first summation tomorrow? Because that means we're then going to do next week. I mean, no, till Friday, the summation.
Thursday.
Yeah. Not if you do all three of them in one day.
Yeah, Thursday and Friday.
Right, so that means the jury is the next Monday.
You know, and here's the problem, Joe, is we don't, the problem for us is we have to pretend tonight or prepare tonight as if he is testifying tomorrow. That is a ton of work. You want time to be able to discuss with him about him being able to testify. We're in a position, we got to do instructions, do his cross-examination, and then do our argument.
I'm not going to force anybody to argue when they don't feel that they are. If Mr. Takapina, Mr. Kozlovic feels that he's in a position to make his opening argument tomorrow, then he's welcome to do it. However, if he feels that he needs some time to do it, to get his thoughts together, then he can have that time and the arguments will be on Thursday. But I need the jury instructions, and I want you to send them to defense counsel, and when you come in tomorrow morning, I'd like to get a copy and also full self-defense.
Yes, I did
Defense
all that.
matters.
I'm almost done with the first draft of it, so I will email everyone tonight.
Very good.
And then,
Okay, anything else?
How long does your charge take?
How long what?
The instructions, the charge.
How long does it take me to read them?
Yeah.
No, less than an hour. With this case, probably 40 minutes.
If he does not testify, we can done by 11.
Well, we're starting at 10.
Yeah.
You're going to call one. It's possible, but I highly doubt it.
All right.
But if worst scenario, we should be done early in the afternoon with jury instructions.
I'll bet you money we'll get past 11. If he does not testify. Obviously, it's all different. If we're going to have a discussion right now, but.
All right.
Go ahead, be
Mr. Wood, anything for the record? Mr. Brzovic, anything for the record? All right, we'll see everybody at 10 o'clock. We're out.
See you.